live stream. Welcome, everybody. Good morning to the Joint Standing Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. This committee is assembled electronically today for the purpose of inviting public comment on legislation. Before we get started, I want to share some information related to the fact that this meeting is on Zoom. Let's see, here are the main points. We've been talking about this many times, but some people here are new for the first time, some attendees. Let's see, panelists, those who are participating via Zoom are currently in two categories. One is panelists and one is attendees. When someone is a panelist, they can be seen and heard, so please be careful with your screens and mute your audio when you're not speaking or when you're not called upon. If you're an attendee, you cannot be seen right now. And if you're signed up, if you've registered with our clerk in order to give testimony, you will be promoted from the attendee into the panelist so that you can give your testimony. Please be warned that we are told that there is this scary moment when everything goes black on your screen when you go from attendee to panelist. We believe that that happens to everyone. And then you show up here and you can be seen. So don't worry that your connection has cut out at that moment. At this point, it would be very helpful if both members of the committee could, I think we all have done that. We've got our representative and senator titles there so people know how to address us. Attendees, if you could also look at your, if you're giving testimony, if you'll be giving testimony, if you could look at your Zoom identifier and make sure that it doesn't say iPhone number 6, or so that it has your first and last name and any appropriate title, Dr., Ms., Miss, Mix. So we use formal titles here, and so we'd like to know how to properly welcome you. Let's see. At this point, what I'd like to do is invite the committee members to introduce themselves. So Representative Geiger, would you kick us off?
Thank you, Senator Curry. Good morning. I'm Representative Valley Geiger, District 93, Rockland and Owl's Head.
I don't see Representative Andrews, so I will pop in. I'm Sarah Pebworth. I represent House District 133 in the Blue Hill Peninsula. And I just want to report that I participated in Girls State remotely yesterday. And we are in good hands with the young people. They navigate Zoom technology far more efficiently than any of us do.
Good morning, I'm Amanda Collmore. I represent House District 106, which is Pittsfield, Clinton, and Detroit.
Good morning, I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good morning, I'm Representative Jack Ducharme, representing District 111, which is Norridge Walk, Solon, and the beautiful town of Madison.
John, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good morning, everybody. My name is John Andrews, representing District 73 in Western Maine, Buckfield, Hebron, and Paris.
Good morning, Maine. I'm Representative Sue Austin. I hail from my hometown of Gray. I also represent portions of Raymond, Casco, and I have all of Fry Island in Big Sebago Lake.
Representative Tavis Hassenfuss, House District 81, Winthrop, Reedfield, and North Monmouth.
Representative Kyle Bailey, House District 27, parts of Gorham and Scarborough.
Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. I'm Sue Bernard. I represent Caribou, Westmanland, and New Sweden.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Tiffany Roberts, your House Chair, representing House District 6, which is the majority of North Berwick and South Berwick.
And good morning, everyone. I'm Senator Chip Curry, and I represent the 26 rural, coastal, and island communities of Waldo County. A few more instructions before we get started today. First, as I address the committee members. It was very good to see many of you in person as we've entered we've shifted from remote to hybrid as we have committee meetings remotely and going into chamber sessions. I wish there would have been more opportunity to mix between the Senate and the House. That would have been wonderful. But I did see some of you in boxes that were larger than 2 inches in height. So, and that was quite joyous. So some information on chat fund. Oh, and I want to introduce and thank our clerk, Jody Breton, who will be navigating the attendee process and promoting people from attendee to panelist. In addition to that, I want to recognize our analyst, Rachel Olson, who is here and waving, she who will be assisting us throughout the day. A couple more instructions. We are, as I said, we are recording this live. We are live streaming, and it will be on our committee webpage. A recording of it via YouTube, our YouTube channel. But it does not capture the chat, so any substantive conversations or statements should not be put in chat. We use chat for technical support, and if there's something happening that we're having a problem with. And how I'd like that to go is try not to chat to all panelists because it is distracting to whoever's presenting at the moment. So if you can reach out directly to our clerk, Jody Breton. And actually she's listed as IDEA committee host. And so IC would be where you would reach out. And then if for any reason you're having a dilemma with that or not getting an answer that you need, you can reach out directly to me as well. And I'll try to assist you. Let's see. Typically how we proceed through bills is we will have the sponsor, then we'll have any co-sponsors that wish to speak. Then we'll go anyone for the bill, anyone against the bill, and lastly, those who are neither for nor against the bill. We do give everyone 3 minutes to speak. And Representative Roberts, are you willing to remind people when their 3 minutes are up? And Representative Roberts will very politely ask you to wrap up in the next few seconds. So, and then we'll have opportunity for committee members to ask questions. A little heads up on today's schedule and those who are preparing to give testimony. We are going to go in the order that they are listed on the committee. So that's LD 492, LD 531, and LD 612. And I want to give a heads up. I'm the sponsor for LD 531. I will be recommending ought not to pass, as it is a bill very similar to one that we have seen in the past. One of the challenges or one of the wrinkles of our whole process here is historically, the revisor's office has been able to identify duplicate bills and weed them out prior to them coming to committee. That's not the case this year. And so we will be running into some bills periodically. I think we've had one already that is in substance has already been dealt with by this committee. And so if I want to give people that heads up, if they're hanging out on this committee and planning to give testimony, you are still welcome to give testimony, but I just wanted to give you a heads up about that situation. So then lastly on our agenda, we have an item that was put on the table, which is the biennial budget, which the plan is to move to take that off the table after the public hearing so that we can meet our deadline of responding to appropriations, the Appropriations Committee by the 17th. So this is our last day to be able to respond to the Appropriations Committee. And so after the public hearing, we'll request to go into work session and bring that off the table. So people, we can be prepared for that. With that, we will open up the, I'm sorry, now I have to catch up with myself and get to where we are. We will open up the public hearing on LD 492. And Ms. Breton, I'll ask if you could bring in the bill sponsor for LD 492.
The bill sponsor had another bill at the same time. I do not see him on yet. I'm expecting him as Ada has called.
Okay. Let's see.
It's Senator Stewart.
Senator Stewart. Yep. Why don't we, if we close the public hearing, we can just open the public hearing again. I'm going to check in with Ms. Olson. Is that correct? You're muted.
Not a great start to the morning. I believe that would be fine, yes.
Okay. So I will close the public hearing on LD 492. We'll come right back to it as soon as we can here, and open up the public hearing on LD 531. I'm going to hand this off to Representative Roberts, as I am the bill sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to open up the public hearing on LD 531, an act to help more students attain a college credential by strengthening the Maine State Grant Program, sponsored by Senator Curry. And the floor is yours.
Representative Roberts and distinguished members of the Innovation Development and Economic Advancement Committee, I am coming forward today to suggest that recommend that this bill be voted ought not to pass. It is a bill very similar to one we have already voted for in funding the Maine State Grant Program. We funded it to 10 million. This bill requested slightly more, but I feel like we had a very strong report out on the last one. And I think we can comfortably put our energy towards supporting that bill. So for that reason, I request that the committee vote ought not to pass on this bill.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Ms. Breton, I don't see on our list that we have anyone testifying on this bill. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. With that, having heard all testimony on LD 531, I will close the hearing and entertain a motion to move into work session. Representative Ducharme.
I would move that we go right into work session to deal with this so we don't have it hanging over us.
I'll second that.
And all in favor, can we just do hands? Okay, I'll hand it back over to Senator Curry.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion on this any further? Are we ready for a motion to vote ought not to pass? Did someone want to make that motion? Senator Searway, moving to vote 531 ought not to pass. Is there a second?
Yes, I moved.
Representative Ducharme is seconding that. And Ms. Breton, if you could call the roll.
So I have an ought not to pass motion made by Senator Curry, seconded by Representative Ducharme. If you're in favor of an ought not to pass, you'll be voting yes. If you're opposed, you'll be voting no.
The ought not to pass would be by Senator Searway.
Oh, I'm sorry. I put it down as Senator Searway.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Senator.
Just make sure. I don't think he wants to do it on his own.
Well, Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator Searway?
Yes.
Senator Searway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
Yes.
Representative Bernard, yes. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. It's 12-0 with one absent.
Having voted unanimously of all those present, we'll declare this work session on LD 531 closed and with a report out of ought not to pass.
And Senator Stewart is now in the attendee list.
Great, thank you very much. Well, that goes really fast when the sponsor wants it to die.
Yeah. Just a blink.
Just blink. We're there. All right. So we're going to reopen the public hearing for LD 492, an act to create a regional grant program to help rural businesses find qualified staff. And I see that Senator Trey Stewart is coming into the committee room. Welcome, Senator Stewart, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Legislature's Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. I am State Senator Trey Stewart and have the distinction of representing 51 communities in Aroostook and Penobscot counties. And I'm here before you today to present LD 492, an act to create a regional grant program to help rural businesses find qualified staff. We have a serious workforce problem in the county. We are unable to retain our young people after they graduate high school. And of the young people who do decide to stay, roughly 1/3 remain on the sidelines rather than finding employment. This problem is at crisis levels, and we must act quickly if we want to have any hope at turning the tide. A few years ago, the Aroostook Partnership commissioned a study to look at Northern Maine's demographic situation. The study found that even if we retain 100% of our graduating seniors over the next decade, we would still be roughly 50% short of filling the gap left by the baby boomers who will retire over the same amount of time. Simply put, there are less people being born in the county than we have seniors who are leaving the workforce. Compound this problem with the fact that those who do decide to stay and make a living in Northern Maine, that of those who do, roughly 1/3 of our working age population remains disengaged from the workforce for a multitude of reasons. Quickly, you can see the problem taking shape, and I assure you that things are going to get worse before they get better in this regard. When you consider the fact that so many of our systems of government, commerce, and life are based around having population growth, the realities of the problem get even more real. Property taxes increase as less people live within a community that refuses to either consolidate or cut governmental services to their residents, which honestly would likely make it even harder to subsequently attract people to that community. Energy prices increase as the grid once built for over 100,000 people is now operating with roughly 33% less consumption, and yet the infrastructure still needs to be maintained, all that has a real cost. Health insurance costs increase as the population ages and increases the risk pool of people who live in the region. School budgets are decimated when our state's funding formula provides less funding to districts who have lost students, forcing them to decide whether to cut staff or pass the costs on to local taxpayers. These are just a few examples of why it's critical that population growth remains a priority in rural Maine. If you aren't growing, you're dying. It's that simple. This begs the question of how? How do we fix the problem? A few years ago, a group from Northern Maine attempted to recruit families who had lost their homes in Hurricane Maria in 2017. Representative Bernard is particularly familiar with this effort. She was tangentially or maybe directly involved in that. I'll let her speak to that a little bit more in the future. These people were looking for places to go, and while most weren't interested in moving to Northern Maine, one family did decide to take the leap and have become successfully integrated into the Valley community and found meaningful employment. While this success story is a great start, it took a significant amount of work and planning by an all-volunteer group of community leaders in the county who fronted the cost of the recruiting trip and spent countless hours on the effort. If we want more growth and more families to come to the county, this work can't be done on an ad hoc basis, but rather needs to be done with a strategy and commitment from governments at all levels, state, local, and federal. I've sponsored this bill, which utilizes a general fund appropriation to fund this work, as well as a resolve which hasn't been printed yet. The resolve I've sponsored utilizes funding streams from the Northern Border Regional Commission, a federal funding source for northern states that can be used for a variety of purposes. Notably, Vermont utilizes MBRC funding to help them grow the more rural parts of their state in a similar effort to that which our state's 10-year economic development plan with regard to workforce. In the time since this bill was printed and this hearing was scheduled, I've been in contact with the Department of Economic and Community Development, who are thankfully here today to participate in this hearing. They have an amendment to this bill, which they will be presenting and that I support as a way of accomplishing what I think will seek, which is a way of accomplishing what I think we all seek to address here. I don't know why that was such a tongue twister. While I recognize that I have spoken solely about Aroostook County in my testimony, I would be remiss to not mention that most, if not all, rural counties are struggling with the same problem. To that end, I would have no problem with expanding the counties eligible to participate in this sort of program to other rural counties across Maine, as we are all in this struggle together. I believe that with a conscious effort that's deliberate, targeted, and supported by all levels of government, we can chart a new course for rural Maine and make living there better for us all. Rural Maine's economy is the backbone of our state, and when our rural communities are strengthened, our whole state thrives. To be sure, attracting new people to Maine is but one prong of the solution to this problem, but it is an incredibly important one. While it is critical that we care for our residents here in Maine who already call this beautiful state home, we must also be aware that is not enough and that we must work to draw more people here if we want to avoid the problems I articulated earlier from becoming worse. The workforce recruitment prong is one significant step that this committee can take this session to move our state in a positive direction and do so with federal funding that won't impact the state's budget. I thank the committee for your time and attention to this matter. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stewart. What questions from the committee? And Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reading over the bill, is there an existing definition of what rural would be to qualify for this bill, this program?
So it depends. It's good to see you, by the way, Representative. Hope you're doing well. So there, depending on which governmental entity you're talking with, in some regards, all of Maine is considered rural with the exception of a few of its major cities, namely Portland, Lewiston, and Bangor. Other places may qualify all but, the city of Portland. They may do it by county. I would encourage that latter approach because I think you really sort of get at the heart of the issue if you do it on a county by county basis. So that would be my recommendation to the committee.
Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator Stewart, for being with us today. I had a similar rural question. I'm actually proposing a bill that is dealing with rural stuff as well. And I looked up a lot of definitions on what rural actually is so that I could understand it for my bill. The census says anybody less than 2,500 residents in their town. And when we're looking at it on a county by county approach, would we be looking at the population dividing by the number of towns to be able to try to find that average? Or I know that I would consider my county and Penobscot County and Piscataquis and those above Kennebec basically to be considered rural. But I'm wondering what process you would take to determine which counties would be considered more rural than others if we did it by counties.
Yeah, so two things. The critical problem is more in those fringe counties. And I say fringe because they sort of encompass the crown of Maine, Aroostook, Washington, Piscataquis. You get the drift. And I've gotten a note here that the representative from DECD is probably going to be alluding to that in their testimony a little bit as well. So I'll sort of defer to them But I do think that a county by county approach is simple enough to be able to get a program like this off to the races. And then if we really want to zero it in after the fact, we can probably do that at a later date.
Thank you very much.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Thank you, Senator Stewart, for introducing this bill. You gave a statistic that shocked me, and I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about it. You said that a third of the workforce is disengaged. So this bill does not reach them. Instead, it seeks to bring additional people to the county. Can you talk a little bit about those third of working people who are disengaged?
Yeah, thank you, Representative. That's a good question. And you're right that this bill is working on a different prong of this problem. Unfortunately, doesn't capture those individuals. I've worked on numbers of pieces of legislation in the past that have targeted that workforce re-engagement piece. And I'm sure that there's a number of bills flying around this session that address that as well. There's a number of factors that go into that. The opioid crisis, still a very real problem in our state, even though coronavirus has, dominated a lot of the, airtime over the last year. We're actually moving the wrong way on that problem. And there's going to be a price to pay for that financially as well as in lives. And is something that will continue to drag our overall workforce down until we get a handle on it. There's other problems as well. Generational poverty is still a big challenge in Maine, particularly in our rural counties. I've heard it referred to as the Lost Boys problem before, where you've got a number of young adult males who aren't going to school, aren't working, aren't really doing anything. And that problem seems to be expanding and moving the wrong way. So yeah, it's an incredibly important thing, particularly for your committee to keep an eye on. And hopefully there'll be, some legislation that addresses that other prong as well. But you've got to have both. It's as simple as that. You can't just put all your eggs into one basket, but you have to have a multi-pronged approach to really, if you want to get our workforce where it needs to be, you've got to be working on all these different projects in concert with one another, ideally. Thanks for the question.
And may I ask one more question, Senator Curry?
Go ahead.
Just wondering, the federal funds you alluded to, are they currently being used for another purpose, or has Maine not picked those up off the table? And this would be our opportunity to do so.
Yeah, so the Northern Border Regional Commission funds have been around for quite a while. I'm sure that the representative from DECD can talk a little bit more about the history of those funds. They get used for a whole host of things. And other states have been making the shift to incorporate workforce development work as one of those priorities within that, funding stream. And actually, I think you'll hear them talk a little bit later today about they're being very proactive in this regard. And although I mentioned I have a resolve, ideally, we won't need that resolve because of the proactive work that they're already doing. And I'm not going to steal their thunder by, talking about it right now. So I'll save that for when they get up here, but it's very exciting work. And I appreciate the proactive nature of the department to get out ahead of this and do so really without prodding on the legislative front. But I do think it is a way that we could collaborate with the department moving forward to make sure that this work continues into the future.
Thank you, Senator.
Thanks.
Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Senator Stewart, for being here this morning. My question is about the eligible entities. And do you have an example of who they might be and any efforts that have come beforehand that this bill is based on?
Yes, the effort specifically, the example I put in my testimony about the group that was affiliated in Northern Maine, and I haven't gotten their permission to, talk about them directly yet, but Representative Bernard, I see her shaking her head. She can definitely explain more about that effort to the committee because she was involved in it. But it would be entities like that, probably nonprofits that are dealing specifically with how do you attract people to your community, to your region, to your county, however you want to do it. For the purpose, and we're talking about really young families, right? Because it's a twofold problem, right? You've got the workforce shortage. So if you're attracting young adults, that's good. If they have kids, it's even better because that helps those rural communities with the example I alluded to earlier about the school funding. It's based on per pupil count. So if you can add pupils to the district, you're adding significant funds from the state and the feds. If you can get young families, that's the target, right? And so it's about finding folks who are interested in sharing that goal and that vision for rural counties that are doing that work but need support and the ad hoc nature of it isn't really going to cut it. We need hundreds of families, not a few. And so it really needs to be a permanent effort that is thoughtful, that is purposeful, and that is deliberate to go out and travel around the country to places where, young families they may be looking for something else, right? They may be looking for a place to go that's a better place to raise their kids or to watch them grow up or to, feel more at home in a community. And when they're doing that, we'd like to be able to give them an option to come to Maine and show them, what we have to offer here. But it is a lot of work. And that's why it's something that without this level of support probably isn't going to just happen, serendipitously.
Thank you.
See no other questions, and Senator Stewart, just aware that there are other members of on the committee who are co-sponsors, and so I want to check in with them. Do any of the co-sponsors wish to give testimony at this point? Representative Bernard, a question came to you anyway, so I was hoping you might be able to jump in.
Sure. And by the way, today I will not have the electronic hand, so I have to wave my own.
All right, great.
Thank you very much, Senator Curry. I just wanted to get back a little bit to what Representative Geiger had as a question, and it was a good one, about how this particular bill does not talk about those who are not working today. We're right now this particular prong, and we've always talked about how it's got to be a multi-pronged answer to our low population here and how we have to get that up. But what it does is, whenever we talk about bringing more people in, we're talking about, up to now, at least through what I've worked with, you're bringing more people in who have connection, a job, know where they're going, an educational opportunity. So they're plugged in when they come. Now that's the one-offs, which is what I've been involved in, something called the Northern Maine Growth Initiative. And it's where we've actually had boots on the ground looking for people who have wanted to come to Northern Maine to work. So for example, there was a group that went down to Florida to talk to people who had been displaced by Hurricane Maria in Puerto Rico, and they were in Florida without anything. So the idea was to speak to groups of people down there who might want to take a chance, and it is take a chance, and come so far away to Maine. And it's difficult for them, if only for the climate, for the climate. And the other thing that I heard the most, which I just need to share with you, was there was concern about the animals. And I just thought that was so dear. And it had to be, a lot of misconceptions cleared up one-on-one. But if they were to come, we already had employers in the area who were ready to scoop these people up, because we were asking, what are your particular skill sets? So we were ready to plug them into the community. And that's the kind of one-on-one thing that we were hoping to do and are still working on doing. But it does take a lot of money to take these trips. We also made trips to Connecticut because they also have a group of people who have been moved there because of Hurricane Maria, as an example. And we're thinking that there are other opportunities across the country, whether it be people in California who may be displaced because of fires, mudslides, name it. And then one other possibility that we've been talking about is, what about going to military installations who are getting ready to send their people who are leaving the military, they're done. They want to get plugged into a place that they love, that they can love, and do particular sorts of work that they've been trained for in the military. So we want to almost like a career fair, so that we could be there representing, whether it's Washington County or Worcester County, name it, to say, here's what we have in this place and here's why it might be a good place to consider. But again, going to these places and connecting with people is not easy. So I just wanted to kind of make that clear, that what we're doing is reaching out to people who will be connected, who will come and will already be connected with jobs, with education, as opposed to not now talking about that problem of the 1/3 who are just not connected at all. That's a whole other area that needs to be addressed.
Thank you very much, Representative Bernard. Seeing no other questions for Senator Stewart, I'll thank you for your testimony and submission of this bill. And Ms. Breton, if you can, I don't see any other co-sponsors that have wished to speak. So if you could, I think the only other person is it correct that Ms. Foy is the only other person wishing to give testimony on this bill?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you invite her, promote her into the panelist role, and we'll wait for her.
All right. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Ms. Foy. I think you might be with us all day today, or all morning
today? I think so. Yeah, I think so. It's been a juggling day. There's a work session in taxation on a bill I testified on last week, but here I am, and you've got me all day.
All right. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
The floor is yours.
Testimony on a screen over here. So if I'm not looking at you, it's not because I don't like any of you. I just want to get all the testimony right. So Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the IDEA Committee, my name is Kate Foy. I'm the legislative liaison for the Department of Economic and Community Development. I am here today to testify in support of LD 492 with the proposed changes that are in my testimony. The Department of Economic and Community Development supports actions and initiatives that align with the 10-year statewide economic development strategy released in 2019. The plan is built on 2 pillars of talent and innovation and recognizes that talent is the new currency. For Maine's communities and regions to thrive, they must have the ability to recruit and retain newcomers to live and work in these communities. LD 492 recognizes that rural regions may need to take different approaches and attract different demographic and market segments that means more urban areas. Doesn't really make sense. It recognizes that the tactics and approaches that may work well for Portland or Bangor may not reach the most likely audiences as ones that are geared towards people who are looking for a more rural lifestyle. LD 492 also recognizes that workforce attraction is population attraction, that some of Maine's more rural areas have seen population declines and need to build out mechanisms and tactics to attract new people to live in our more rural areas of the state. While we applaud the recognition of the problem and potential solution proposed, DECD recommends a few changes to the approach to better align with the 10-year plan and to put the program design into the hands of those who will be most affected by the effort. So I don't have a formal amendment. I've got the following suggestions, and we can do some work on that in the work session. The first is to expand the concept from workforce recruitment to workforce recruitment and retention, recognizing that the average cost to a company to make one hire using a recruiter is $4,000, and that building and retention aspect will be critical for the ROI for this program, return on investment, sorry, for this program for both state and the employer. We'd like to limit the rural workforce recruitment program to start to the following counties: Aroostook, Somerset, Piscataquis, and Washington counties. Use local economic development initiatives and agencies as the distribution mechanism for any grants or funding, thus allowing local development of solutions that should work locally. The grants can still be competitive and managed by DECD, but will go into block grant form to local economic development work. Add a matching element that would encourage leveraging of any state investment. This gives the locality the opportunity to take advantage of the changes in the NBRC priorities to use NBRC or other dollars to match state investment. Leave the use of funds flexible rather than prescribing the use of recruiting firms. This allows local economic development initiatives and local businesses to determine what is the best mechanism for them to use to do recruitment and retention, rather than having it prescribed at the state level. It also allows local initiatives to pool funds if they prefer a more comprehensive approach, pooling funds for marketing campaign, for example, rather than small grants to individual companies. This flexibility allows for local solutions to emerge. And lastly, we'd like to lower the cost and spread across fiscal years, $200,000 in year 1 and $300,000 in year 2. This allows for piloting of ideas and then a second year of funding to scale up successes. This funding, although less than the proposed legislation currently has, would be used to leverage other funding. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Foy. Any questions? Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Foy. I wonder if you could give us some more examples about what you see these grants being used for.
I think that's part of the work we can talk about in the work session, but I think the point of this is that we don't get too specific around what could work in communities. I don't pretend to know what great strategies for workforce recruitment are in Aroostook County. We'd like to leave some of the flexibility to the communities to create these grant programs. So while we would oversee that, I think it's important to give communities the opportunity to figure out what works for them in their workforce recruitment process. I don't know if that answers your question or not, but we're trying to not be too prescriptive. I think sometimes progress can be held up by great ideas, and we want to make sure that we're allowing communities to have some autonomy in the creation of these programs.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. Foy, for being here today. Pleasure to see you again.
You as well.
Could you restate which counties you were considering at first? I want to make sure I got them all.
I tend to talk really fast. When we met with Representative Stewart, Senator Stewart now, the suggestions we have were Aroostook, Somerset, Piscataquis, and Washington County.
Okay, I did get them all. I'm just curious what went into deciding those specific counties.
We looked at the rim counties that struggle the most right now with workforce recruitment and retention, and thought as we start the program, where do we identify the most need to get things started? Certainly doesn't mean it couldn't grow or change. That's certainly in the hands of the legislature, but as we begin new programs, I think it will allow us to hone in on areas where we see the most need.
So you're looking at this to be like a pilot in these 4 counties that could spread to, like, Kennebec, though Kennebec encompasses Augusta and Waterville. Northern Kennebec is very rural.
Absolutely.
And so it would spread outside of these after we have a successful pilot.
I mean, I think we'd certainly be open to that idea. Workforce recruitment is an issue for the entire state, and I think every county in Maine has some real rural areas that that need that could benefit from a program like this. So absolutely.
Great, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Thank you, Ms. Foy. So this is a fairly complicated question, and it might just expose my utter ignorance
or mine
this issue. But so my husband used to be was invited to speak at the Vermont annual conference for organic farmers. Every winter there was a winter conference, and we would go. And what struck me about that conference was that both senators, the lone representative, the governor, all appeared at that conference, were in full support of creating this lively, healthy farming community that they saw as a benefit to Vermont. And I was so struck that anytime I've ever gone to the Common Ground Fair, you never saw that. You never saw any part of Maine government express interest in this sort of farming craft community. So I'm thinking about all the rural areas in northern Maine, and I'm aware that at least in Kennebec, because I pass them every day, there are a small but growing group of Amish farmers moving to the community. They are rural, they have lots of children, they don't go to our school, they're not going to go to public schools, but they are committed to a rural lifestyle. They bring the very opposite values of the third, you talked about it, that are so disengaged. They have a strong community, strong connections, they work together, they create community. I wonder if are we doing any kind of outreach to the Amish? I know that they are running out of affordable land in Pennsylvania and the other places that they have traditionally lived. Is that part of what you see your organization, or you, Representative Bernard, do you see Aroostook County sort of reaching out to these families?
I think that question went first to to Ms. Foy.
Yes.
To be honest, Representative, thank you for the question. I'm unaware of this influx or of any particular programming at DECD. I know that we have a number of items with the Department of Agriculture that we are working on. Whether that particular recruitment process could work into some of the work we're doing with them, that may make more sense to have those conversations jointly with the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Conservation and Forestry, to sort of talk more with them about what those recruitment opportunities may be. I wouldn't want to step in the lane of another department, but we'd certainly be open to those conversations. I don't necessarily know that this is exactly what this program is looking to do, and if we would be able to have the federal funding that the MBRC and others, I'm not sure that falls into that purview, but I guess I don't know enough about it and can look into it more in the for the work session, but I think it would be something that we would work on with Department of Ag.
Representative Bernard, did you want to jump in there?
Sure. I don't know if I can answer your question fully, Representative Geiger, but I can tell you that Aroostook County anyway certainly does have a pretty large community of Amish, and so they're here. One of the toughest things about let's say recruiting to the Amish, they do this family by family by family. They are in touch with their families. They go back and visit their families, whether they be in Pennsylvania, upstate New York, wherever they are. And so they are in touch by family. It's very hard to be in touch in any other way because you understand, no phones, no, you can write letters, but it is kind of it's a more closed community. And so it is very difficult to do the usual kinds of outreach. You can't do this through computer or any of that. So anyway, certainly we welcome the Amish. We think they're a wonderful part of our community. Because of my own non-understanding, I don't know how they connect with government and how that works. I'm going to say something really ignorant here. I don't know how it works regarding taxes. I don't know how it works regarding, I know that they don't go to schools. I think they're the best neighbors in the whole wide world because we've got some and they're great people. But it might be hard in this program to use this program, let's say, to reach out in that particular community.
I think it feels like we're starting to get a bit into work session, so I'm gonna ask to. I think these will be rich discussions when we move back into work session once we schedule that. Are there other questions that we have for Ms. Foy? Seeing no other questions.
Sorry,
Ms. Foy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know that Senator Stewart addressed MBRC funding as possible leverage for these state funds. So I don't know how familiar people are with that funding. I certainly can bring additional information to the work session so we don't get into the weeds with that. It's one stream of funding, certainly not the only stream, but something that just has opened up around workforce development funding. It's a great opportunity to leverage state funds, which is why we proposed dropping the fiscal note so that the programming doesn't just rely on money from the state of Maine's budget.
Thank you very much. Representative Pebworth, did you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was part of my question. Those of us who don't live in northern border counties may not be as familiar with the Northern Border Regional Commission as others. So I was going to ask for more information about that, and I'm delighted that Ms. Foy will be bringing that to the work session.
Absolutely.
Great. Ms. Breton, is there anyone else that is seeking to give testimony on LD 492? I don't believe there is. I'm checking. And no one else is signed up. So with that, I will close the public hearing on LD 492. Next up, having already dispensed with LD 531, we're going to shift right over to LD 612, an act to recognize occupational licenses and certifications from other states to attract new residents and businesses to Maine. And so this is by Representative Andrews. You're the sponsor, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So go ahead. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and my distinguished colleagues of the IDEA Committee, I am here today to present my bill, LD 612, an act to recognize occupational licenses from other states to attract new residents and businesses to Maine. I'd like to start with some quotes from Governor Mills and leaders in the House and Senate from the 129th Legislature. We will develop a world-class workforce. Fewer than half of Maine adults now hold a post-secondary credential, either a college degree or a professional certification. Yet 2 out of 3 jobs require such credentials. This imbalance is why we have, at the same time, employers saying they can't find workers and workers saying that they are stuck in dead-end jobs. Attracting talented young people to move here and make Maine their home will be a top priority of my administration. That's from Governor Mills' inaugural address. A skilled and educated workforce helps existing businesses thrive and is a key to attracting new employers. Maine's employers need workers with the skills to help them compete in the developing and growing industries. That is from former House Speaker Sarah Gideon. We desperately need to figure out a way to bring new workers to our state. and that's former Senate Majority Leader Nathan Libby from the last session. An act to recognize occupational licenses from other states to attract new residents and businesses to Maine is a desperately needed first step towards developing the world-class workforce that Maine needs to be competitive in the 21st century. Maine is the oldest state in the nation with a median age of 44. Maine's working population will decrease 6% by 2026. According to the State Economist, for Maine to continue to see economic growth, population growth and in-migration must accelerate. Maine has a workforce shortage and the clock is ticking. We as a legislative body must address this emergency sooner than later. We need to make Maine a more competitive and attractive place for people to work, live, and do business. We have an opportunity to do just that by building a more vibrant and just economy for all Mainers, by working together to lower the barriers to entry for skilled and professional employment in our great state. Originally, I introduced this bill in the second session of the 129th legislature. The Legislative Council deemed it non-emergency, and so it died. Ironically, a few weeks later, Governor Mills would pull parts of this bill to ease regulations on occupational licensing for healthcare professionals as an emergency executive order as we brace for COVID. Governor Mills' executive order allowed for more access to telehealth and was proof of concept for LD 612, that to grow our skilled and professional workforce in Maine, we need to recognize occupational licenses from out of state. Whether the emergency is healthcare or workforce development, recognizing occupational licenses from other states is the answer to bring new workers and innovation to our great state. Occupational licensing reform was also on the radar of the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation in the first session of the 129th. And that's a great thing. In the 129th, several department bills were introduced and enacted. LD 1768, an act to amend the barbering and cosmetology licensing laws. LD 1716, an act to update the licensing laws for occupational therapy practice. And LD 1746, an act to amend licensing laws of certain professions and occupations. LD 612 continues this trend from DPFR to open up access to the employment market through streamlining occupational licensing to address the state's current workforce shortage emergency. Red tape can keep good people from working in their chosen profession in a new state, especially Maine. LD 612 cuts through that red tape. Our governor has called for a world-class workforce. She's absolutely right, and I support her in that mission for her administration. This is why she pulled parts of LD 612 for her executive order when faced with an emergency shortage of healthcare workers. This bill is a raw block of much-needed public policy play and deserves to be crafted through input of the department, committee members, stakeholders, and the public into a piece of legislation that will benefit our state to be passed and enacted as law for the 21st century to make Maine competitive to attract the best and brightest. This committee has been one of the least partisan in the 130s so far, and I think that is because we are all serious about good ideas becoming public policy for our district and our state. I look forward to working with all of you in the work session to deliver a solution to address this workforce emergency to help our current and future constituents. I urge you to please vote ought to pass on LD 612. Thank you for your time and consideration of this much needed legislation.
Thank you, Representative Andrews. Are there questions? Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Andrews. Looks like you put quite a bit of work into this. Just a couple questions. Under the definitions, do you feel that those are kind of commensurate in with other states as far as what they're defining as, you know, and that's another follow-up, is what an example of a private certification would be, or government certification, so that these are kind of aligned with other states?
I believe that Arizona and Pennsylvania have both signed universal reciprocity bills into law.
Okay.
I know Ohio was considering it, but I'm not sure if they enacted that last session or not.
Okay, and so would each occupation oversee their reciprocity, or are we looking at something maybe that's not outlined in the bill, but the department would oversee that.
I think one of the things that'll be useful today is gathering testimony from different stakeholders. And I think we can kind of tailor their needs in the work session to make this the best bill possible that'll work for everybody. I don't want to be too broad brush, but I do want to tailor it to sectors where it'll benefit people. And if it doesn't work for some, it doesn't work for some.
Okay, perfect. There's a lot here, and I appreciate your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Andrews. It was nice to meet you last week in person, not just seeing your little thumbnail here. With regard to universal reciprocity, I know last week we heard testimony and a bill on trying to expand with electricians being able to do work in Maine. And I assume that this would, given your definition section, would address being able to bring in more master and more journeyman electricians from other states. One of the things that I know that I've heard when we've discussed like different reciprocity type bills is including language that would have time associated with how long they've had their license in the other state, where it's kept in good standing. I know that there are states, we've heard from different stakeholders on different licensures, that some states don't have the stringent requirements that we may have safety-wise. And one thing that I don't want to see happen is somebody like go to Montana, get a license, and then come back to Maine and bring it to us right away. So I'd like to see, and I think it would be easier to accept from some of the stakeholders to have some kind of like, I feel like 5 years is the one I remember from one of our previous bills that we heard, or something like that, that could be added to make sure that they are in good professional standing with their licensure in other states, but still able to bring it in. For example, my dad is a master electrician in North Dakota, and that master electrician license does not transfer as a master electrician license in Maine. It becomes a journeyman in Maine. And so that prevents him from coming back to Maine with a master electrician license. He can only practice as a journeyman, but he's been in good standing for many years as a master. So those are the kind of things that I would think, would you be willing to see that time limit, which I don't see in any of your definitions, added to the bill as an amendment?
There's a lot there. First off, I don't think we want anybody gaming the system. I completely agree with that. Early this morning, the Associated General Contractors offered testimony in support. So I'd recommend everybody read that in advance of the work session. And currently, I believe the timeline is 2 years, but I'd be willing to expanding that if we think that'll be a better metric for somebody's skill and time in the job before they can transfer that license to Maine. I think that's reasonable.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions. Thank you very much, Representative Andrews.
Thank you.
And Ms. Breton, I'm going to be working down the list from the website. So let me navigate over there real quick. Are there any other co-sponsors in the attendee list? Ms. Breton, are you with us? You don't see any? Okay, great. And okay, so we will move from sponsor to those four. And so the first person I have for is Ms. Sarah Calder with Maine Health. Is Ms. Sarah Calder here?
Yes, she is. I'm moving her in.
Great, thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Calder. The floor is yours. You have 3 minutes.
Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. I'm Sarah Calder, and I'm the Director of Government Affairs at Maine Health, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 612. You've heard me before this committee before. Maine Health is the state's largest private employer with over 23,000 care team members, but we're facing a significant workforce shortage. We've invested heavily in creative and innovative solutions in an effort to fill the current 1,800 openings across the system. While recruitment is a challenge across our system, it's particularly challenging in our more rural service areas. In fact, Penn Bay Medical Center in Rockport currently has an 11% vacancy rate, and Lincoln Health in Damariscotta has an 8% vacancy rate. So as we work to recruit out-of-state healthcare professionals to these rural areas, and even the more rural or the more urban areas like Portland, we struggle to help their spouses or partners find career placements, which can often lead to the individual declining our employment offer. So the legislation before you today could help to address these two challenges that we face, filling our own vacancies, but also helping to ease the challenges for a trailing spouse or partner that is seeking to transfer their licensure to Maine. I've said this before, and I'm sure I will be before your committee many times this session, but legislative action is needed if we're going to be successful in meeting the increased workforce demands. And it's imperative that we look at innovative programs and policy changes that support, attract, and retain individuals new to the state in order to address this shortage. And Lisa Harvey McPherson from Northern Light also submitted written testimony in support of this bill, but was not able to testify. So thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions by the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Calder.
Thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. Nope. Ms. Calder, can you come back?
Yep, I'm
Thank
here.
you. Sorry, Representative Geiger, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator Curry. So Ms. Calder, you're in my wheelhouse when you talk about Penn Bay Medical Center and Lincoln Health. And they do indeed have severe nursing shortages. Unfortunately, Maine Health is pretty much the only healthcare provider in our area, and as such does not act in a way that capitalism or free market would suggest. Part of the reason for that 11% shortage is that places like the VA pay $7 more an hour for nurses. And that is a huge difference. So I watch in the paper huge numbers of nursing positions which go unfilled month after month, but I never see a change in the reimbursement offered. So there are many reasons for a shortage, and only some of them.
Ms. Geiger, I'm gonna interrupt. Can you move to a question? Is there a question here?
I'll wait for the work session. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So, I think that is all, Ms. Calder. So, thank you. And next up, we have Haley Hollick speaking for the bill.
My apologies.
Welcome, Ms. Hollick. No, you're fine.
Hi.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate your time today. I will respect it. My name is Haley Hollick. I work for the Opportunity Solutions Project. We advocate for state policies that make it easier for people to find work, and that's why we support this bill. The degree to which this is happening is somewhat debated, but right now it is true that young people are leaving urban centers and they're looking for work because economic opportunity is key to building a new life in a new place. I'm not going to claim that this bill is a cure-all to any workforce pains that any state may be feeling in local communities, but it is another policy to attract more workers and businesses to Maine. Licensing restrictions make it more difficult for people with less experience to enter a new market. And this is why licensing tends to protect more established workers and acts as a barrier to younger workers. And that's why this bill is important. Research confirms that all licensed workers, regardless of background, are less likely to move between states. So this bill would then streamline that licensing process and make the big life decision of moving and relocating to Maine a little easier. And I'll end with this because I know that during the work session, it'll probably talk about the policy and get wonky, but it should be noted that universal licensing recognition is a tested reform. There are 7 states that have already passed different iterations of the policy that's in this bill. Those states are Pennsylvania, Arizona, Iowa, Idaho, Utah, Missouri, and Montana. I'll also note that 15 states have filed bills in 2021. And I point all this out just to say that momentum is growing for this reform. It continues to grow for the obvious reason that states want to stay competitive and try to boost their economies in light of COVID-19. So thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hull. Are there questions? Representative Pebworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to figure out how to turn this into a question, but really I want to thank Ms. Hollick for the references that she footnotes in her testimony. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes.
I missed one of those states. And so the question I would have, I had Pennsylvania, Arizona, Iowa, Idaho, Montana, and which one did I miss, Ms. Hollick? I said those very fast.
Pennsylvania, Iowa, Arizona, Idaho, Utah, Missouri, and Montana.
And Missouri, I missed two. Thank you very much. And seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Ms. Hollick. Our next speaker is Nick Murray. He is speaking from the Maine Policy Institute. Is Nick Murray here, Ms. Breton?
He's being promoted right now.
Thank you very much.
There he is.
Welcome, Mr. Murray.
Hello, thank you. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and the distinguished members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Nick Murray. I serve as policy analyst for Maine Policy Institute. We're a nonpartisan nonprofit that advocates for individual liberty and economic freedom in Maine. So thank you for hearing LD 612. It's an important bill, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify in support. Maine Policy has been a longtime advocate of wholesale occupational licensing reform, and this bill would make great strides towards that goal. It's such an important issue because it determines how welcoming we are to skilled professionals. Rules that make working in Maine too expensive, onerous, or confusing compared to other states have the potential to substantially affect our labor force. A few years back, we highlighted the story of Kim Fichtorn, a mom with 3 children who operates an independent dental hygienist practice in Winthrop. A longtime registered dental hygienist turned entrepreneur, Fichtorn moved from Texas to Maine in April 2017 and invested $40,000 to open her practice in one of the state's many federally designated dental health professional shortage areas. In Texas, she practiced as a registered dental hygienist for 18 years and co-owned and taught at a dental assisting school for 15 years. Due to the lack of licensing reciprocity, she could not simply pack up and move to Maine, although she had been wanting to do so since 2008. Despite her obvious qualifications, she had to spend over $500 obtaining copies of her Texas license, the state board exam scores, her college transcripts from over 20 years prior, and other documents, and then still battle the Maine licensing board to eventually be allowed to practice her profession after 4 long months. No one should have to go through what she went through in order to simply earn a living in her preferred field. Research shows that the lack of licensing reciprocity limits interstate mobility and primarily affects women like Ms. Fichtorn, who are more likely to hold licensure than men. Licensure is the most restrictive of all regulatory options and should only be required in instances where public health and safety are truly threatened. You'll find a diagram of the inverted pyramid in my written testimony, which shows the many alternatives to licensing, including insurance, including certification, tort law, and market competition, of course. There is no reason to maintain these sorts of outdated, anti-competitive, anti-entrepreneurial regulations that serve only to slow down access to affordable services for Maine people and slow down access to a sustainable income for skilled workers. LD 612 provides plenty of safeguards, including ensuring applicants are in good standing with their state of origin, they've paid all their fees, and have passed that state's licensing exam. This should be all that's necessary to empower people to put down roots and build a life here in Maine. Please pave the way for many future Mainers like Kim Fichtorn to serve their neighbors by recommending LD 612 ought to pass. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Murray. Seeing no questions. So no questions. Thank you, Mr. Murray. And we will now move on to, let's see, I do not see anyone else who's registered for speaking for. Is that, Ms. Breton, is that your understanding?
Yes, I don't see Mr. Mason here. He signed up, submitted his testimony late, but evidently has not logged on.
Okay. So I don't see it on the website listing. I am following along from the calendar and using that list. So I'm going to keep working down. And our next first person registered speaking against is Commissioner Ann Head. Is Commissioner Head here?
Yes, she is. I'm promoting her now.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Commissioner Head.
Thank you very much. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. As you know, I am Commissioner of, my name is Ann Head, Commissioner for the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation and Director of OPOR, which is the licensing unit for the department. I was very happy to hear Representative Andrews' introduction of the bill. I definitely want to work with the committee and Representative Andrews to see if we can come up with an amendment that might be more appropriate to Maine. And I just wanted to explain a couple of process issues. I think that the policy is good. It's the implementation of a bill like this that becomes problematic. And that really is the respectful opposition that I'm stating here today. As Representative Andrews said, I am committed to efforts to grow Maine's workforce and remove barriers to licensure. We have been working on this for several years. It is not easy, but I will have to say that the mandatory one-size-fits-all approach of this bill may not be exactly the right approach for Maine. I have submitted a bill, LD 149, that is available at the link in my written testimony that creates a similar process called licensure by endorsement. It is a streamlined approach that is similar in concept to 612, but it is technically different from 612. The approach is simply if an individual is licensed in another state and applies for a Maine license, and the license in another state is substantially equivalent to the Maine license in the same subject area, that individual will quickly be eligible for a Maine license. 149 does recognize that licensing boards have to play an important role to ensure that licensees in other jurisdictions are substantially equivalent to Maine's requirements. At the same time that I'm saying that, I do recognize that we have work to do in the current regulations of each of our licensing boards. We are currently working on that, but that is a different process. So those out-of-state licensees do have a way under 149 to complete their objective of living and working in Maine. There are parts of the bill that I don't really understand. The private certification option that would need to be accepted by Maine doesn't really tell me that there was an equivalence there. So that it would take some time to figure out what that means to Maine licensing boards. Sure.
I have to just wrap up. We have about 4 minutes
Sure.
going on.
The last thing I wanted to say was that I would be happy to work with you on this bill. I know there are many other people that are coming after me from the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation that may have significant objections to this bill. I hope that you listen carefully to their testimony, because there is a broad coverage of 612 right now that may not be appropriate. So I will close and say thank you very much for listening.
And are there any questions for Commissioner Head? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Commissioner Head.
Thank you.
And next up, if I'm going to ask Ms. Breton, can you bring in Mr. Will Lund with the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection, speaking against.
He's being promoted now.
Thank you. And Ms. Breton, let's try also, if you could bring in Ms. Judith Shaw. We'll try two at a time here. I have one person on deck. Mr. Lund, welcome.
Thank you, Senator Curry and members of the committee. My name is Will Lund, and I'm head of the Maine Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection. Two quick things, and then an example. First of all, our office, as the commissioner said, our office agrees that we try to encourage out-of-state folks to become registered as quickly as we can. Our largest single group is a group called loan officers, mortgage loan originators. There already is a multi-state national system called the Nationwide Mortgage Licensing System. Applicants can apply once through that system, and then they are 90% of the way to qualifying to do business in any other state they'd like to do business with. Second of all, we have 15,000 registrants currently through my office in the various programs. The vast majority of those are located out of state. They're physically out of state, but they have applied for and received qualifications to do business in Maine. So the idea that there are insurmountable barriers, I think, at least with respect to our agency, is not reflected in fact. And to get to the specifics, we regulate two types of businesses in addition to the mortgage and credit related, and that is repossession companies and debt collectors. And so I guess because the bill in its current form would allow someone to in effect automatically gain a license in Maine if they have been operating for a certain amount of time in another state, even in those instances when the other state doesn't regulate the business. So if Alabama, for example, does not regulate repossession agents, should someone who has operated for a number of years there be able to, in effect, be awarded automatically a license if they contact our office? Maine has pretty strict laws. You have to, a repossession agent has to ensure that the creditor has notified the consumer that they are late and given them a chance to cure a default. That's not the case in most other states. Most other states don't have a notice requirement. If you fall behind, your car can be repossessed right away. One of our goals is to make sure that applicants know the unique Maine laws that they need to comply with in order to do their business. So I understand there's a time limit, and I'll stop there. But in terms of our office, this would have real ramifications in terms of our ability to ensure that folks operating in Maine in the consumer finance and repossession and collection field know that Maine has strict laws and takes those laws very seriously.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lund. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none. Appreciate your time. And let's see, on deck is Mr. Timothy Terranova. And at this point, I'd like to welcome Ms. Judith Shaw. The time is, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. My name is Judith Shaw. I'm the administrator for the Office of Securities within the Department of Professional Financial Regulation, and I am testifying in opposition to LD 612. The mission of the Maine Office of Securities is to protect Maine investors through fair and balanced regulation of the securities industry. And we accomplish that mission in part by utilizing a uniform national system of licensure for all applicants. The existing licensing system uses uniform examination and licensing standards to license securities professionals in Maine and across the country. Under the existing system, applicants can submit a single application for licensure in multiple jurisdictions, demonstrate passing scores on examinations, pay the appropriate fees, and for most applicants, receive almost immediate licensure all through an automated process. In 2020, the Office of Securities received 23,695 applications for licensure as a broker-dealer agent, one of the professions, and the office automatically licensed 21,496 of those individuals. Additionally, another 2,079 licenses were issued within 24 to 48 hours of submission to applicants whose licensing history required additional review. Of the 23,695 applications, only 120 applications required further scrutiny. The title of the bill suggests its intent is to provide relief to individuals who would like to work in Maine but may be discouraged by the occupational licensing process. But I can say with confidence that no such problem exists in the securities industry in Maine. In 2018, there were 629,544 individuals licensed nationally with the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority as broker-dealer agents, and 114,070 of those agents were licensed in Maine. With Maine's population being approximately 1.35 million, that means there was nearly one broker-dealer agent licensed in Maine for every 11 residents. These numbers reflect that the demand to be licensed in Maine in the securities industry is high and that people are in fact getting licensed. LD 612 proposes to allow applicants to choose to be licensed under an alternative system. And although simple in theory, the bill would create new paths to licensure that would require our office to have new manual and burdensome processes to evaluate the credentials. Given the numbers of applications submitted to the office each year, a manual review process could be easily overwhelmed if even a small fraction of applicants choose to be licensed under the bill's proposed criteria. Creating these additional paths to licensure would also make Maine an outlier, and it is conceivable that applicants would file a single application in Maine and one uniform automated application for all other states other than Maine. I want to stress that the primary reason for my opposition is because our current national securities licensing system used in Maine is highly functioning and efficient. In the event the bill moves forward, I would ask that occupations regulated by the Office of Securities be specifically accepted, like those regulated by the Supreme Judicial Court in the current language of the bill. Thank you so much for the time, and it's a pleasure to have an opportunity to get to meet you all.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shaw. Are there any questions for Ms. Shaw? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
And so on deck would be Ms. Penny Valancourt, and next up for testimony is Mr. Timothy Terranova.
Thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the committee. My name is Tim Terranova, and I am the Assistant Executive Director for the Board of Licensure in Medicine. The board licenses allopathic physicians, MDs, and physician assistants in Maine. The sole purpose of the board is to protect the health and welfare of Maine citizens. You have my written testimony, so I will not read through that, but I would like to touch on a few issues. One is licensure times. The average time for a physician to receive a license in Maine is 45 days. The bill asks for decisions in 60 days. In addition to that, if needed, we have an emergency license which can be issued within 48 hours, as long as that applicant has a letter of need from an employer. So if they have employment, they can receive a license within 48 hours. We are also part of the Interstate Medical Licensure Compact, which currently has 32 members, 32 other jurisdictions, and 6 states with pending legislation to join. So physicians using this interstate compact can come from another state and have a license issued normally within 72 hours. So we have been working to decrease the time that it takes and offer alternative pathways. One important thing to note as this bill looks to bring people, qualified people into Maine, is that half of our licensees approximately have out-of-state addresses. They practice telemedicine. They are not physically in Maine. And this bill would allow them to be licensed more quickly, but it would not necessarily mean that they would come into Maine to practice physically in the state. Another concern is that of good standing. It's not broad enough. Physicians hold licenses in multiple states, and they may be disciplined in some of those states. For example, a physician could be disciplined in Maine, but have a license in New Hampshire, and New Hampshire may look at that license and say, we're not going to discipline them because the law is different for numerous reasons. So just having a license in good standing in one state doesn't mean that that person has a clean license everywhere. So we would want to address that concern in the bill. A third concern is training. Maine has a high bar for training. The Accreditation Council on Graduate Medical Education, which is the organization that oversees graduate training of physicians, their shortest program is 36 months. And so we require 36 months of training. However, many states require 12. And we don't feel that that would protect the public, especially since many of those programs, the first year is simply an intern year where they rotate through multiple specialties before they get.
Mr. Chair, who are we waiting for?
If you could wrap up your testimony, please.
And those are the rest of the concerns are in my letter. I'm happy to take questions now or bring information to the work session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Terranova. Are there questions for Mr. Terranova? Seeing no questions, we appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And let's see, and Ms. Penny Valancourt.
Great.
The floor is yours. Welcome.
Good morning, and thank you, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the Committee on Innovation, Development, Economic Advancement, and Business. My name is Penny Valancourt. I'm the Executive Director at the Maine Board of Dental Practice, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on this bill. I will be very brief. I won't hopefully need the full 3 minutes, but will make myself available to the work session. The board is opposed to LD 612 simply for the reason that it has existing statutory provisions that allow the board to issue licenses on a daily basis. Those provisions are by endorsement and temporary licensure. If truly the intent of the legislation is to remove red tape and/or barriers to licensure, I just represent to this committee that, in fact, those barriers have been removed. For the past 6 to 7 years, the board has been streamlining its licensure provisions. And in the instant case that was just provided to you involving a dental hygienist, in fact, once the board received the license verification on a Friday, it actually issued the license on that following Monday. So our licensing process in that particular instance took less than a business day. So I'm not quite sure where there may be some clarity on why it took 4 months from the good representative's testimony, but I'd be happy to provide more detail to that end. And as noted with other licensing boards, the primary sole purpose of a board is to protect the public. And quite honestly and frankly, they do that by verifying that a license is in good standing. We have first primary source verification of licensure, and we rely on those relationships with other states, educational institutions, and examining bodies to give us that information directly. Unfortunately, the board has had the experience where individuals have falsified records, and it was only through those primary source verification relationships that we've been able to verify and license otherwise good standing and competent, honest practitioners. Again, I thank the committee very much, and if you have any questions for me now, I'd be happy to answer, or we'll wait for work session.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Ms. Valancourt? Am I pronouncing your last name properly?
You are, yes. Thank you.
I see no questions, so I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you very
and
much.
your offer to support us during a work session. And I think, Ms. Breton, is this our last person giving testimony today? Mr. Ben Yardley, or is there anyone else?
I believe you have two other people in there besides Mr. Yardley. Mr. Jackson, his came in later.
Okay.
And Ms. Laxon is an attorney also with OFPR, DPR.
Okay, I will go first to Mr. Jackson. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Can you bring in Mr. Yardley? Welcome, Mr.
Good
Yardley.
morning, Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of this committee. My name's Ben Yardley. I'm senior attorney at the Maine Bureau of Insurance. I'm pleased to be with you, and I'm happy to offer our perspective. We join with the colleagues from the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation who spoke in respectful opposition to the bill. The Bureau of Insurance regulates insurance in Maine, and we issue licenses to agents, producers, consultants, and adjusters. We have licensed approximately 177,000 insurance agents, and about 170,000 of those do not live in Maine. We have given you testimony, which I won't read here. We want to make the following points. First, we support the intent of the bill. Second, the Bureau of Insurance has a robust licensing system that's based on understandings with other state insurance regulators and on the adoption of a model law for licensing of insurance agents. This is reciprocal. So in effect, an individual who has an insurance license in his or her home state can get a license in Maine and doesn't have to take an exam. And sometimes that license can be issued in as few as 24 hours. The licensing system is automated. This benefit can go outside of Maine. So the 7,000 or so Maine residents who have resident producer licenses can go to other states and be treated the same way. And third, this bill would create conflicts with our current licensing laws and would have the unintended consequence of making it harder for non-resident applicants to get a Maine license. The one-year licensure requirement is one example. And I said that this is a reciprocal licensing system. This could affect Maine residents who want to practice insurance business in other states. Reciprocity means that the other states won't impose non-uniform requirements. And if Maine adopts requirements that aren't uniform with those states, we could have problems. Our residents could have problems going into other states. We'd be happy to answer questions now or at the work session. As was mentioned, my colleague Lindsay Laxon is also with me, but we will both be available at the work session. And I will tell you that she is truly the subject matter expert at the Bureau of Insurance in all matters of licensing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Yardley? Seeing none, Thank you very much for your testimony. And let's see, I'm looking in through the attendee list. Ms. Lindsay Laxon, were you looking to testify or just be available? Actually, you can't answer, so I guess we need, if you can promote Ms. Laxon into the main room.
She's being promoted now.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Ms. Laxon.
Good morning. I actually was just here as a resource for questions, so I don't have independent testimony from Ben Yardley.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure we didn't pass over you. So
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yep. And so that I think leaves us with, is that, Ms. Breton, is that just David Jackson remaining? And Senator Searway, you have a question.
I do. I guess, I was wondering, and I don't know if we've been doing it for a while yet, but if we can kind of group some of these bills together that kind of match each other, it would kind of be helpful. And I think it's just something to look up, and I don't know if it's happening yet.
Yeah, Senator Searway, it's something we certainly are trying to do, and Ms. Olson is doing that to the best of recommending them as best as possible. The real challenge is the production, the level, the pace at which we need to go, and how fast they're coming out of the revisor's office.
Yeah, I figured as much. I just wanted to mention it because I just,
Yeah, we would love to have a licensing day or days. We would love to have a scholarship days. They're just not coming out of the revisor's office, and we can't really put them off because we gotta get through them. So yeah, it's exactly why we had the earlier bill not to pass, because we couldn't see those on the same time.
And also just a question, if we have some coming, maybe we should table to, wait or something if there's a bunch coming soon or something. Just a thought.
Thank you very much. We'll certainly take that in advisement if there's some work session days that can be put together and still be productive to the level we need to be. Yeah. So we do have one more person who's looking to give testimony on this bill. So I want to come back to that before we close the public hearing. And that is Mr. David Jackson, who is with neither for nor against. Is Mr. Jackson here? Here he is. Welcome, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning. Thank you. And a special good morning to Senator Searway, who is my senator and also a colleague from when I was at the DA's office. It's good to see you.
Well, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Senator Curry, Representative Roberts, and members of the IDEA Committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak on LD 612. The State Board of Licensure for Professional Engineers does support efforts to increase licensure mobility. As you may recall, the legislation we submitted earlier addresses that issue for us. The biggest problem with LD 612 is that, as the commissioner pointed out, it treats all the licensure programs the same. And the impact of failure in professional engineering is significantly different from the impact of a failure in another program. If a bridge collapses or the natural gas infrastructure fails, the consequences can be catastrophic. As I mentioned recently, we can license a qualified individual within days, and for applicants who clearly meet the national licensure standard, we have licensed them in as little as 20 minutes. And there's already this agreed upon national standard for licensure that allows professional engineers reciprocal licensure in every state. However, some states also have unique licensure standards that aren't acceptable in every other state, such as Wisconsin's licensure by diploma. If you go to an engineering school in Wisconsin, you're automatically licensed to practice there. No other state accepts that licensure. And there are other unique variations in other states, and LD 612 doesn't make room for the board to deny licensure in those unique circumstances. LD 612 also fails to recognize that not all engineers get licensed as professional engineers. Only about 20% of engineers ever get licensed. You don't need an engineering license to practice engineering. You need it to be licensed if you are in responsible charge of an engineering project, or if you're going to submit documents to a public agency. And to protect the public, we want to make sure that the people who are in charge of engineering projects are qualified. Finally, LD 612 allows other states, and most concerning, private profit-motivated corporations to determine who would be qualified to become licensed as a professional engineer in Maine. And this is an abdication of the state's sovereign police power, and that would be a mistake, and it could possibly cost the lives of citizens in Maine. I'd be happy to answer any questions now or at the work session.
Thank you very much. I think you were mistitled it as being neither for nor against. That sounded against. So is that correct?
Oh, that is correct. No, I did put in opposition on my written testimony. So I
just wanted to be clear. I'm looking at a list from the registration. So
I apologize if I.
No, that's all right. Just clarity. So Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. Mr. Jackson, I just wanted you to talk a little more. I wasn't sure what you meant about this bill being potentially interrupting Maine's sovereign power because for-profit companies would be.
That's right.
Can you explain what you meant there?
Yeah, under 18605, it says that a certification, which would be given by a private corporation, because there are national entities that certify people for certain specialties, but that does not grant them a state license. And so under this bill, that separate distinction, a certification, would qualify. That's my understanding from reading the bill. And that is not something that we would support at all. The other, there's another section that talks about experience-based pathways. And as you know, in our most recent bill submission, that's one of the things we want our board to be able to use experience as a substitute for certain qualifications. We have already got that in front of the legislature, so we wouldn't need that in this bill either. Again, it's the one size fits all, as the commissioner mentioned, is not the best methodology. If there are permissions rather than mandatory requirements and some adjustments that are available per licensure program, I think we could make the bill work.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Any other questions? Seeing no other questions, I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
And Ms. Breton, is there anyone else that is in the attendee list that is seeking to speak on that has not already spoken on LD 612?
I do not believe so.
Okay. Having heard all the testimony, we will close public hearing 612. And I'm going to ask to take we'll take like a 4-minute break, and then we'll come right back. And I'm going to ask, we'll come back in order to take off the table the budget and to be able to respond to the budget. So we're going to take a 4-minute break, and we'll be right back. Ms. Olson, can you remind me the number of the LD, which is the biennial budget? Is it 221?
You are correct, LD 221.
Thank you very much. If you'd like to prepare your documents on screen share.
Yes, just
Well,
just one
people are
moment.
getting ready.
I need to send one email before I screen
Okay,
share.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yep.
Senator Curry, I
Yes.
invited DECD, DPFR, Maine Development Foundation, and FAME. Is there anybody else you want for the budget ones?
I think that's, I mean, as I look at the budget, that seems to be everyone that we are reviewing that is impacted by the budget. I didn't see anyone else. The very small, the main marine resource budget was. I think we've gotten all of their questions answered, or our questions answered for them.
Okay.
Get started in just a moment.
Miss Tremblay from the Office of Fiscal and Program Analysis is with us. She's the analyst there, so you'll see her at the bottom.
Excellent. Welcome, Ms. Tremblay. Do you pronounce it Tremblay or Tremblay?
Tremblay,
Tremblay.
and thank you.
Good. Welcome, and thank you for serving our committee.
Thank you.
So, welcome back, everybody. We're going to open up a work session, and I will accept a motion to take LD 221 off the table.
So moved.
So moved. Is there a second? Senator Searway, that I saw that second. And all those in favor,
second.
can you raise? Thank you. All those in favor, can you raise your hand? I will just scroll through. Seeing that okay, so that's a majority. So we will begin work session on LD 221. This was previously tabled. This is the governor's biennial budget. And we wanted, we are sharing right now what everyone is looking at. Please let me know, someone chime in if that is too small for you to see and you need it larger. Does anyone need it larger?
A little larger.
A little larger, Senator Searway, thank you.
Yeah. Good.
Is that sufficient on the left-hand side document?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And Ms. Olson, we have gone through this once already, and so our charge, as I understand it, I'm asking you, is to vote on the initiatives and make any comments or recommendations on any item that we wish to do so today. And while it's not an official vote for non-initiatives, it is we would like to be able to communicate kind of what the even straw poll would be for any comments. Is that, and you will be developing a letter that goes to AFA by tomorrow. Thank you very much. To communicate that this committee's preferences and advice to Appropriations Committee. Do I have that correct?
You do.
Okay, excellent. So can you walk us through, I guess I can walk us through, or as we move down, and we have a number, as I think everyone can tell from the attendee list, if you've navigated over there, we have a lot of advice on hand. So if you have questions or concerns.
What page are we on?
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll just remind everybody that you can find all of the materials for the budget On the committee materials page, so you navigate to the Maine State Legislature committees, select IDEA, and then click committee materials. It'll bring you to this page. And there's a whole section on the biennial budget. And you'll find all of the different parts. I discovered in screen sharing, you actually get my whole screen. So you should see 2 documents, I believe. So I have opened the table of contents to help guide us through. So you'll be able to see the section number and then the page number on the report back where the initiatives can be found is over here. So the initiative reference number and the page of the report back template, which is this one here.
What I think I would like to do, I think my recommendation would be that we work through the initiatives first and that require a vote. And then come back around if there's any line items that you wish to make a comment on or communicate a message to on the line items. So if we could start with work through on the initiatives, and then I will ask if anyone has a line item that they would wish to address. So we'll go from that. So our first initiative that we come to is initiative reference 691, administration. And yes. This reduces the funding for Maine Workforce. As I understand this Maine Workforce Opportunity Marketing Fund was repealed. Is that correct, Ms. Olson?
Yes, the Maine Workforce Opportunities Marketing Fund reduction here reflects the statutory repeal of the Maine Workforce Opportunities Program pilot project on March 31st of 2021, and it appropriates the funding to the administration account for workforce assistance efforts. You can find this initiative on page 7 of the report back.
And the report back, okay, and the report back is the left-hand side that we're looking at?
Yes.
Or is that, okay, thank you.
Yes, report back, yeah.
So if you're following along on a separate screen or you've printed the 40 some odd pages, page 7. Does anyone have any questions, comments on this? And I can see about 4 of us. So if you do, I think I can open up the participant list. Yes, I can, and make that large.
You might also be able to change your view to gallery. I think when I screen share, it automatically shrinks it to some thumbnail version, but you might be able to change your views to gallery and then expand the window to get everybody.
Thank you.
That's what I do, so I can try to see everybody. But I'm using 2 screens, so I know I have an advantage over some of you.
I think that's as much as I can get off of that. All right. Yes, that does work. I just have to shrink what I'm seeing on the from you screen share. Okay, so does this require a motion to accept? Or is this a move to a second, or can we just vote on this?
I believe we can just vote on them because they're recommendations. They're not LDs. I know there are perhaps some more experienced legislators who have been through the process before who I would by no means be insulted if they corrected me.
Okay. So is there any further discussion on this one? No discussion. Are we ready for a vote?
I'm sorry. I will mention just in the nature of the digital sphere that calling the vote like a roll call would be extremely helpful to me to keep track of the information rather than hand raising. I know that gives it a sense of formality, but I believe that's what we did with the supplemental, and it is easier for me to keep track of the information, which I then need to include in the report back.
Very good. That's a acceptable request, Ms. Olson. So all those in favor of this initiative, please respond to the roll call by saying yes. So Ms. Breton, can you call the roll?
Oh, so it's Initiative 691. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
No.
Representative Andrews, no. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore? Oops, guess we lost Representative Collmore. Senator Lucchini? is
Sorry,
absent.
my mute wasn't working.
Oops.
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Collmore. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Deschamps?
Yes.
Representative Deschamps, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Austin. Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Can I just ask what the motion is?
The motion,
Go ahead. Ms.
the
Britton.
motion is to accept reference 691, which transfers 50,000 from one account into another account.
Can I abstain just for the moment?
We'll come back. We'll need to come back to you.
Yeah.
Everyone, yeah. So, yep.
Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard?
Representative Bernard, are you back with us? Don't think Representative Bernard is back.
Okay. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Senator Curry?
Yes.
So out of Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, so of those present and voting? 10 yes and 1 no, with 2 absent.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next item, which is our next initiative is Initiative 706, 707, and that is on page 12 and 13. We can move down to that initiative. And this is the Community Development Block Grants, and Ms. Olson.
Yep. So this is the Community Development Block Grant Program, initiative number 706. I'm going to scroll just a tad here. This transfers one Public Service Coordinator 1 position and related all other from the Community Development Block Grant Program, other special revenue funds within the Department of Economic and Community Development, to the Solid Waste Management Fund Program, other special revenue funds within the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. And the justification for this is that oversight of the state's 3 landfills was assigned to DECD when the State Planning Office was dissolved in 2011. DIFS, Bureau of General Services, is the owner of these landfills, and oversight should exist within that department. And this initiative is relating to ADM C-A-104. So it's the changing of oversight related to these 3 landfills.
Dawson?
Yes.
Just to, it seems like some members might be a little confused as to, just to provide some insight here. So there are a few links on our committee webpage. Do you want to be under the one that says biennial budget committee report back template? And that would be what page 12 we're working off of. And
yes.
What we're doing is we're voting off ones that need our votes as committee members. I think at least Representative Hassenfuss was a little.
Yes, thank you very much, Representative Roberts. If anyone's confused as to how we're doing this, what my plan is that we're working through the reference initiative. So as we look on Ms. Olson's right-hand screen, you'll see the item 691, 706, 707. We look on column 4. We're attacking all of those first, and then I will open the question to if there is another line item that someone feels that we need to have a comment on, then we will go to that line item. And so we'll go ahead and do that. I also want to ask Ms. Breton if you could bring in Ms. Foy.
I believe you have Commissioner Johnson here as well as Deputy Commissioner Garland.
Excellent.
If you have the actual budget open and not the report back, this section page will give you the page number, the section that it comes out of. The report back, what it did is it pulled the sections that had the initiatives out of it in order for us to be able to more clearly vote on them and for me to write the letter back. But this first column references the pages in the actual larger budget document.
Excellent.
I'm good. I got it pulled up here, so thank you.
Does everyone have what they need? Representative Collmore.
Thank you. I know that I asked this last time, but we listened to a couple of these reference numbers last time, and I want to clarify that I remember correctly on this one. If the Public Service Coordinator 1 position is being moved over to this other regulatory thing, does that mean eventually they're going to need to replace this position in the Community Development Block Program because they, of course, are also very busy?
I'm going to ask if Commissioner Johnson would like to address that, or who would you like to address that?
Great, thank you, Senator Curry. No, I can take that one, and thanks for the question. This is actually a head count that is dedicated just to this body of work, and so the person and the body of work will move together. So I don't anticipate. Certainly, there is. You are accurate that there's a lot of work that happens in that other program. But this is kind of one person that does one set of work, and it just sits better in a different organization. So we're suggesting to move it.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
And you're not upset to be losing that work in DECD?
We think it certainly fits more appropriately with staffs.
Great, thank you. Any further comments or questions that we have on this, or are we ready to vote? Looks like we're ready to vote. So if we are in agreement, we'll say yes with this agreement in recommending this initiative change. Ms. Olson? Sorry, Ms. Breton?
Okay. Initiative 706, Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini still absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard? She's not back with us yet. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 12-0 with 2 absent.
Excellent, thank you. And 707 is Ms. Olson, I believe 707 is just the related funds to that position. Is that the
Yep.
case?
This is 707 is the state's code enforcement training and certification program, which no longer exists in DECD. So it reduces funding to reflect the transfer of responsibility for the training and certification of code enforcement officers to the Department of Public Safety, as authorized in Public Law 2019, Chapter 517.
Are we ready for a vote for that? Or does anyone have any questions or comments? Senator Searway, you ready for a vote? Or do you have a question? Senator Searway.
You're muted.
I have a question. Now, I'm under the understanding that the code enforcement officers got basically dismantled. They don't have it anymore, correct?
Ms. Johnson, Commissioner Johnson, can you
I
address that?
mean, in this, I'm just trying to get an understanding of why they got rid of the program a couple of years ago.
Thanks, Senator Curry and Senator Sirway. The position that this relates to is the code enforcement training work that still does happen, because code enforcement happens primarily locally now. There is code enforcement training and tracking work that needs to happen. And so this position at one point was in the state planning office and then got moved to DECD. In the last legislative session, I think Ms. Olson just gave the number. I apologize, I don't have it. That role got moved into public safety. So the work and the role got moved. There was this $6,000 that just ended up leaving an open account that we can't close, but we can't actually use the funds because we don't do the work anymore. So we just need to move this small amount of money over to DPS, Department of Public Safety, so that we can close this out and they can have access to it.
So that was the other question I was going to ask on that monies. Why? So if we move it to public safety, where would it be subtracted off there? I mean, I'm just trying to find out why and how we can, if we got to save money, if it's there, just not being used, how do we do that? You know?
Sorry, Senator Curry.
No, go ahead, please answer.
Thank you. Sorry. You know, I wouldn't want to speak to whether or not public safety needs it. It just isn't appropriate to sit with us anymore because we don't do that work.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think we're only voting on getting rid of it on this committee or recommending agreeing with that. So Representative Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious as to what public safety is doing to cultivate the next generation of code enforcement officers. Because by statute, every town is supposed to supply one. And in my experience, they are in short supply and most of them are close to retirement age. So it's kind of a ticking issue.
Does any of our guests have a comment on that?
So maybe what we could do is bring back some feedback from Commissioner Sawchuk and his team on that. I'd hate to kind of address their sector, but I think they are very aware. I think there's a lot of concern about how we continue to develop workforce in a number of these work areas. So maybe we could bring that back at a different session, Senator Curry, if that's possible.
Thank you. So it looks like we're ready for a vote. Can we move forward with a vote for making this change on this is reference number 707. A yes would be in support of this change. Ms. Olson? Ms. Breton?
Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Keeney, absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard? Guess is not back with us yet. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. 11-0 with 2 absent.
Thank you. Moving on to reference number 696. 696, that is on the line item of Office of Tourism. We've already worked an item here. that has I think that was our first bill that made it all the way through the House and the Senate as well, in our most recent bill. So Ms. Olson, can you tell us about this one?
Sure. Reference number 696. This initiative reduces funding to align with dedicated revenue as projected by the December 2020 Revenue Forecasting Committee report. It adjusts all other funding to bring allocations in line with that December 2020 Revenue Forecasting Committee report. Revenues are generated from a transfer from taxable services authorized by the Maine Revised Statutes Title V, Section 13090-K.
So this matches, my understanding is this number matches what we predict we will get from the portion of the restaurant and hotel taxes. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Representative Collmore.
I just want to remember and clarify my understanding with this. The bill that we voted on earlier was to replace this funding from a reserve area, right? So they're not actually losing the $2 million because it's being replaced elsewhere. Is that correct? Do I remember that right?
The action that, my understanding is that the action we took was to resolve resolve to have the carryover money carry over and not be swept up. And so that was, I think, 4.5 million. And then this number reflects the new amount of money that we project coming in. That's my understanding of our current, so that should that go through, as we hope it will, then we would have both the Department for Tourism would have both of those funds to spend this coming year.
I concur with Senator Curry. That is the case.
Okay. If they, Commissioner Johnson, did I get that right?
Actually, sorry, the commissioner had to jump off.
That's
Denise
all right.
Gallen, Deputy Commissioner. So hi and thank you. So yes, you're absolutely correct. The bill you approved, and we greatly appreciate it, allowed some leftover funding because we didn't spend as much, as the year was a little bizarre with everybody. And so that money won't be swept. It'll be carried forward. We'll be able to use it in operating expenses in the coming year. And the revenue shortfall will be made up by those funds that we'll be able to use. So thank you. Yeah.
Any other questions? Are we ready for a vote?
Yep.
So let's move forward with a vote, and all those in favor of this of supporting this initiative of the governor's budget will say yes. Ms. Breton, would you call the roll call?
Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews.
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard. He's not with us. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 11-0 with 2 absent. I do need to ask on Initiative 730, which was the offset to 691. Are you going to vote on that separately, or did you want me to combine the votes?
Did I skip one?
730 was the $50,000 that went into one account and came out of another account.
So I skipped 730. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes.
Okay. Didn't realize that. Thank you.
I thought we had voted on that.
Did we vote on 730?
We
I
did.
thought so. Yeah.
Was it the intent to vote on it with 691?
No, 696. I think we voted.
if I may, those are they're related initiatives. It's the movement of money from one place to the other. They are technically separate initiatives.
Right, but did I skip it is the question.
We did skip it, yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead.
Go back to it.
So we moved it out in item 691, and we're putting it in item 730. Is that correct, Ms. Olson?
It might be the other way around, but
all right.
Hold on.
So we'll go back to 730. My apologies.
It's on page 22. Excuse me. Here we go. Okay, 730. Sorry, I'm also operating on a paper version too, so making sure I'm in the right spot and all the right places. Okay, I want to be. Okay. So reference 730 here. Yep. So this is the reduction of funding for the Maine Workforce Opportunities Marketing Fund to reflect that statutory repeal and appropriating the funding to the administration account for workforce assistance efforts.
Are we ready for a vote on this one? Everyone know where we are? Okay. Ms. Breton, let's call the roll.
Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
Yes.
Representative Andrews, yes. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini? Absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard? Still not with us. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 11-0 with 2 absent.
Thank you. And now we'll move on. Thank you for catching that, Ms. Breton. Now we'll move on to the next initiative, which is 2203 through 2206 at Administrative Services. If you're following along on the template document, it's page 35.
All right, so we're moving into the portion of the budget related to the Finance Authority of Maine.
I think we went past that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Senator Curry, can you tell me which one you wanted to move to?
Well, I'm just hitting the ones that have initiatives.
Yes.
And so I went to 2203.
Oh, yes. My apologies. You know what? There's a heading here, and we actually are all the way down here under this heading.
Yes.
Okay. I am on the right page, though, on the screen, 35. Starting with, hold on just a second. I feel like I'm not on the right page. 2204, 2203. There we go. It's actually on page 34 is the first reference number.
Okay.
So there's a little printer there. So reference number 2203. Okay. We are in the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. This initiative establishes one public service manager 3 position to serve as deputy superintendent in the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection beginning in the fiscal year 22-23, so noted here in this column. And this is part of the proposed reorganization of the agency's staff, and the staffing changes will allow it to better serve the public and more efficiently fulfill its regulatory duties.
So it's a staffing change that results in a $2,474 increase in 22-23, correct?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. Are there any questions, or are we ready for a vote? Seeing no questions. Ms. Olson, would you call the roll? Ms. Breton, I'm sorry. Ms. Breton.
It's okay. Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews?
think we've lost Representative Andrews.
Okay, Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini is absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Deschamps?
Yes.
Representative Deschamps, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Not here.
No, he's there. His mute's on. I can see him.
Me?
Yes.
Sorry. Yes. Sorry. My internet's a little screwy this morning. Yes.
Thank you, Representative Bailey. Representative Bernard? Still not with us. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 10 yes, 3 absent.
Thank you. And next initiative, Ms. Olson.
Yes. And just, I'm sorry, I wasn't quick enough to the page here, but just to note that this funding here that we just voted on, it's not the actual position itself. It's had to do with sort of the equipment required to get that position up and running.
Mhm.
And I believe that the committee received some information about that in the interim. Okay, so now we're on 2204. This is also administrative services. So reference number 224, this is reducing funding as services provided by the Department of Administration and Financial Services Office of Information Technology are anticipated to be lower than currently budgeted for the Division of Administrative Services. And this is based on estimates provided by Maine IT. And I believe we received an email about why these fees are being reduced, and it's just having to do with the fee structure that the IT platform uses.
Any questions about this? Looks like we're ready for a vote. Ms. Breton, can you call the roll?
Yes, so it's initiative 2204. Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews? Still not with us. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Thank you, Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Deschamps?
Yes.
Your Representative Deschamps, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey? Whoops.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. Yes. Thank you, Representative Bailey. Representative
Yes.
Bernard? Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 10 yes and 3 absent.
And next up, Ms. Olson.
Okay, brings us to reference number 2205.
Senator Curry?
Yes. Senator Seaway.
I just had a question that's kind of, I guess, a general question. If you go back about 4 references, there's a personnel one. Could you go back? I don't know if you can go back to that, Ms. Olson.
Do you have the
706, 707?
It's the one with the personnel figures. It's the next one back, I think. One more.
one more?
Right up above the big numbers there. Yeah. If you look at the positions, it'll tell you there's 10 positions. And this is I'm seeing in a lot of them, a lot of these on our bill statements, like the history, it says like 1,120,000, was it $1,975. And then 2 years later is $1,216,000, which is, $90,000 more in a 2-year period of time of 10 positions. So that's $9,000 increase in each position. And it seems extravagant. And I'm noticing that in almost all, well, not all, but probably 80% of the positions that are increased in almost all the budgets that I've seen, like even in criminal justice and whatever. And they say DAFS puts this out, but it seems like an extravagant amount. And if you go, sometimes you'll see like 1 or 2 positions. It might even be as high as $12,000, or it might be only $1,000 or $2,000. So I don't quite understand how it gets so exaggerated. And I don't know if there's any way we can have this checked out on getting that, how these figures come up, because it seems like it's not right, and it's costing the state a lot of money.
Senator Searway, if I were to understand your question properly, it's the same number of staff, but their DAFS is projecting the increases are going to be, did I get that right?
It'll tell how many positions, and then if you figure it out, if you figure the difference, it's like up around $9,500, $10,000 per position, and it's very expensive, for increases. And, it's almost a 10% increase across the board.
I'm not sure.
Roberts, you're trying to jump in?
Yeah, I'm not sure if this, makes up for the full amount, Senator Searway, that you're speaking of, but it was my understanding from being on ACF that those numbers aren't just salary, that it's also benefits and everything else along with it.
Well, even so, I mean, that it seems like that's quite a bit they get the benefits, and it would be just a slight increase. It wouldn't be that much.
Yeah. Health insurance has gone up quite a bit over the last.
I wonder if any of our guests can address that question as to what the nature of those increases have been. Let's see, trying to see who's still here.
I will also note we do have Rachel Tremblay from OFPR here as well.
That might be ideal.
Questions of
Ms. Tremblay. So to Senator Searway's question, what is behind the numbers of the increases? Can you address that?
There obviously are several things, right? There have been cost of living increases. There have been again, health insurance increases, but also retirement costs, the UAL increase. So many of those things, whether it's, retiree health versus actual state, there's just numerous things that have been increasing. And so all of that can add up to the amounts that you're seeing here. What I can do, and it would take me a little bit to do, so I wouldn't have it for you right now, but I can actually look at those 10 positions and break it out for you over the last few years so that you can see where the increases are, and that might help to give you a better picture of what's going on.
Yeah, it just seems odd that I'm seeing this quite big increases, and it seems like if we don't get a handle on that it can be keep going up quite a bit. So
I'm happy to do that and send it to you through an email so that you can see it. I can send it to Ms. Olson so that she can distribute it to the committee.
That'd be great.
It'll just give you a snapshot of this one grouping of employees, but it does happen across, state government for any of those that, are eligible for cost of living increases or merit increases. Again, retirement costs, everything.
It just seems odd because sometimes I'll see where it's just one position and it's only like a $2,000 increase. And then when I see
sometimes-
like 10, then I'll see like a $9,500 or a $10,000
Right.
increase.
Right. Sometimes, if a position changes, so let's say someone retires, they're at the upper end of the scale, the
Yeah.
pay scale. If they hire someone, they may hire someone, at an entry level that's at a much lower level of the pay scale. And so the difference is smaller. They have a savings there, but it's offset by some increases in the benefit costs, but it can make it look like it's just, there's so many different interactions and so many variables at play that it can make it look strange.
Okay. I didn't want to interrupt the whole thing, but I just noticed that, and while I was thinking of it, I just wanted to bring it up since we were working on the budget. That's all.
Is that analysis something you would like me to do?
Yeah, that'd be great if you could do that for the committee. That'd be
Okay.
great.
I'll do that.
Thank you.
And
Thank you very much, Ms. Tremblay.
Senator Steerway, can I just confirm, you're referring to these numbers? Is this what you were referring
Right.
to?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so the increase of about $14,000 over the biennium?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
for those 10 positions. Okay, I
Well,
just
you
wanted
can-
to make sure.
Yeah, you can see like from the history of 2020, the second column there where it says 1,126,000, and a biennium, if you look into the 2022, it's $1,216,000, which is almost $90,000 increase.
Okay, so across the bienniums. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood what numbers you wanted to.
Yeah. Oh,
have,
even the 1 year, it goes quite considerably high. It's almost 74,000 just from 2020 to 2021. It's almost 74,000. So that's $7,400 increase per person in 1 year.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood what information I should be looking for from the other Rachel.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we're back at, Ms. Olson, where are we?
I believe we were on,
Is it 2204?
we had finished 2204.
So 2205.
We are on 2205, which I'm going to find on page 35, which I can scroll. Okay, 2205. Okay, reference 2205. This is establishing one consumer credit examiner position beginning in the fiscal year 21-22, and one additional consumer credit examiner position beginning in fiscal year 22-23 in the examination division. Again, this is part of the Bureau of Consumer Credit Protection's proposed reorganization of agency staff. And I believe, again, these numbers reflect not the position itself, but the associated costs of hiring an individual into the position.
I want to check with the Deputy Commissioner on that.
Yeah.
Is the Deputy Commissioner still on?
It would be Commissioner Head in this case. She's
Commissioner. Yes, Commissioner Head. So as I understand that, is that just like related support cost, or is that the because of the reorg, it is just the difference in cost for what the new position will be?
These are the equipment costs for the new staff, yes.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Head, my only question is, if we're creating one position in 1 year and it costs for equipment $2,473, I'm curious why the cost doubles when you're creating only one additional cost or one additional position in 22-23 when it looks like it would be two in that year. Shouldn't it be $2,473 for both lines? given that
I'm
there's
gonna-
only one position each year?
I'd like to have Rachel Tremblay look at that.
Mr. Chair, if you look at the language, it says one examiner position beginning in 2021-22 and one additional position 22-23. To Representative Palmer, that would account for two positions in 22-23.
They have to fund the 2 new positions. So it would be a double.
Okay, so I guess the way that that's worded, it says to me that 2 new positions are happening, one in 2021 and one in 2022. What you're
Correct.
saying is it's actually 1 in 2021 and 2 in 2022?
It's saying that there'll be one in 2021-22. That same one will be in 22 and 23, and one additional one in 22-23.
Right, but my concern is more that when you've already purchased the equipment, you don't need to repurchase it the second year for that position, which is why I'm asking that question.
I see what you're saying. I'm going to ask Ms. Tremblay. I think these are formulaic. These are formulas for equipment. Is that correct? That a position has a certain dollar amount with it. No one's gone out and priced a computer or anything like that. They're formulaic, figuring out across departments what people need.
Right, and I know that different departments have different pieces, right? It looked to me, if I were to look at 2205, I would say that it's almost like it's more than a one-time, like it's an ongoing cost, and that wouldn't make sense for equipment unless it's a rental or something. So we would really have to talk with the person that put together the budget for DPFR and see what they were looking at. When you look at the second one below, there's 2 positions being hired at the same time, and it's the same amount in both years, which again tells me that it's an ongoing cost versus a one-time, and I would need to check into that.
This is Ann Head. I can get that information for you very quickly from my financial analyst here in the department. And I can do that right now.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Head.
Will do.
Yeah, excellent. All right, so we're going to skip over these. So we'll come back in just a moment. So that was 2204 and 2205 and 2206. We'll go to 2216.
Okay, 2216, we are in the State Board of Licensure for Professional Engineers. Reference number 2216 is to provide funding for credit card fees and portal fees related to their online licensing services and the STA cap charges associated. It's on the Board of Licensure of Professional Engineers is on a biennial licensing renewal cycle, so they'll see the higher fees in the even fiscal years. So that's why we see it here in 21-22 and not in 22-23.
Are we ready to vote? Okay, Ms. Breton, call the roll.
Okay, so it's on initiative 2216. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews? Not here. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini? Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Deschamps?
Yes.
Representative Deschamps, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard? No. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. So that would be 10 yes and none in 3 absent.
Moving on to 2217, which is on page, well, right here, 3738.
Also on page 37. Again, State Board of Licensure for Professional Engineers provides funding for the increased costs as a result of the higher, it's the statewide cost allocation plan, which is what that acronym stands for. This is, justification is the increased costs as a result of the higher statewide cost allocation plan rates exceed what can be offset in other expense categories.
This was a $3,000 for each 3023, 3,151. Any questions, or are we ready for a vote? Looks like we're ready for a vote. Go ahead, Ms. Breton.
So initiative 2217, Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews? Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini? Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hasselfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hasselfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard? No. Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 10 in the positive with 3 absent.
And moving on to 2218, page 38.
All right, again, still in the State Board of Licensure for Professional Engineers, reference 2218 provides funding for cost increases for services provided by the Department of the Attorney General. It's increased costs for legal services that's provided by the AG's office that cannot be offset with reductions in other expense categories. And it's 3,368 in 21-22 and 4,145 in 22-23.
Are we ready for the vote? Go ahead, Ms. Breton, call the roll.
So 2218, it's the initiative. Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews? No. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini? Senator Seaway?
Joan Cohen?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme?
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hasselfuss?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Representative Hasselfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard? Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. So that's 10 yes, 3 absent.
Moving on to, let's see, that was 2218. So moving on to 2212.
Okay, that's on page 39 of the report back template. We are now in licensing and enforcement. This is reference number 2212. Is about providing funding for the Board of Real Estate Appraisers, appraisal management company filing fees to the National Registry and those related state cap charges. STACAP, I think, but the Board of Real Estate Appraisers will be collecting a fee from appraisal management companies that will be passed through to the National Registry. And this is a new expense offset by new revenue.
Commissioner Head.
I wanted to I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have the information that you requested on the costs in ASD 2205.
Sure, let's go back to that.
I know you've already probably voted on it, but I wanted to explain that the costs are related to Office 365 and computer rentals that would be used in an ongoing fashion once someone is hired. So those are OIT costs that we have to add to the cost of the personnel itself.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for getting that for us. And I thought you were going to have something on this one, which was the new pass-through on 2212. Is that it? 2212?
Right, for real estate appraisers.
Right. Does anyone have any questions on that? Are we ready for a vote? Looks like we have no questions, so thank you. Ms. Breton, go ahead and call the roll.
Okay, so we're on 2212. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. That's 10 in the affirmative, 3 absent.
Thank you. And getting to the last one before we circle back is 2213.
Yep. Also licensing and enforcement, reference 2213. This is related to those statewide cost allocation plan rates, which exceed what can be offset in other expense categories.
Is there, are we ready for the vote? Ms. Breton, call the roll.
Okay, so it's initiative 2213. Representative Geiger.
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews. Representative Pebworth.
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore.
Yes.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini. Senator Seaway.
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Ducharme.
Yes.
Representative Ducharme, yes. Representative Austin.
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss.
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey.
Representative Bailey, are you with us? We'll move on.
Move on. I see you.
Oh, there he is.
That was Representative Bailey.
Well, maybe.
Well, he was.
He's having technical trouble.
Okay.
We'll see if he comes back on. Representative Bernard. Still missing. Representative Roberts.
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry.
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. So that's 9 in the affirmative, 4 absent.
Thank you.
Oh,
And-
Representative Bailey, are you back?
Yes. And yes.
We're
That's
on, we're on initiative 2213. Would that be a yes?
Yes. Sorry, my internet cut out. Yes.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. So it's 10-0 with 3 absent.
So for items 220, circling back to items 2205 and 2206 on page 30, I think that was actually 35. And with the answer that was Office 365 and rental equipment. Are we okay? Is anyone opposed to combining those for the vote? Okay, seeing no opposition to that, we'll be voting on items 2205 and 2206 together.
Did we get clarity on that?
Commissioner Head chimed in and said what the issue was it was subscription fee for Office 365 and rental equipment.
Okay.
Rental computers.
All right.
So for staff. So it came by the Office of OIT. Gave them those numbers.
All right.
Yeah. Let's see. So if no one's in opposition to combining 2205 and 2206, we'll do those together. Ms. Breton.
Okay. And will you be asking Rachel to amend the language so it says OIT?
I was not. I was
Okay.
assuming that would still work.
Okay.
For them.
I just wanted to know if this one was going to be amended or straightforward. So voting on 2205 and 2206 together, Representative Geiger?
Yes.
Representative Geiger, yes. Representative Andrews? It's not here. Representative Pebworth?
Yes.
Representative Pebworth, yes. Representative Collmore?
Yes, and thank you, Commissioner Head, for that clarification.
Representative Collmore, yes. Senator Lucchini, absent. Senator Seaway?
Yes.
Senator Seaway, yes. Representative Deschamps?
Yes.
Representative Deschamps, yes. Representative Austin?
Yes.
Representative Austin, yes. Representative Hassenfuss?
Yes.
Representative Hassenfuss, yes. Representative Bailey?
Yes.
Representative Bailey, yes. Representative Bernard? Representative Roberts?
Yes.
Representative Roberts, yes. Senator Curry?
Yes.
Senator Curry, yes. So that's 10-0 with 3 absent.
Excellent. At this point, we've gone through all of the initiatives. There are line items and that we will return to. So I am looking at page on the right-hand column at this point, right-hand page of what Ms. Olson is sharing. Ms. Olson, if you could go to the top.
I may, yes, I'm sorry. Before we move on, I was just wondering, we also have language part 000. If, I know we want to go back to other things. I don't know if you would like to take that up now and then go back, or if you want to go back to line items and then finish with that. I just don't want us to forget about it.
Yeah, I don't want to forget about it either. Since you brought it up, let's just do it now. So language 000 was language that the university thought it needed and then discovered it did not need, and they encouraged us to not support it. So I would what I would recommend for any of these items is that we would put a comment and we will count the number of people who are in agreement with that comment and submit that. So since it's not quite a bill and an LD and a report, so my recommendation is that we would strike language part 000. And Ms. Olson, do we need is it helpful for you to go get a roll call on that, or is it helpful for you to do hands?
I think we can do hands. I've been watching and I'm pretty sure I can see everybody, and no one's, except for possibly Representative Bailey, is having technical problems. So I should be able to do that. If
so just to remind everybody, this was the university's asked us to put it in and then asked to take it out. And so I'm complying with that. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
And I'll just mention that it's the underlined portions that originally the university system had wanted to add to this definition, but they no longer felt that it was necessary, and had asked the committee to vote against those additions.
So our recommendation to AFA is to remove those. I'm putting forward to remove those underlined portions. All those in favor of removing those underlined portions, you can raise your hand. We'll see how this works. Has everyone raised their?
Okay, great.
And okay, did you get? Could you see everybody that you needed to?
if you have a background like I do, could you lean closer to your camera? I think sometimes your hands, like mine, disappear. So Representative Ducharme and Representative Austin, I think you guys are the back screen.
Okay.
Okay, my
I
understanding
think,
that was unanimous of members present.
I think that was unanimous. And if we get that wrong, correct us if we had your vote wrong on that. Okay, so we've handled the last item. Let's start from the top. Is there anything in sections 138 through 143 that someone wants to propose a comment or advice to AFA that others might want to join on? I'm gonna look. I don't see anyone addressing. So that went from administration. If you can, yeah, so that went from administration down to 143 was main co-working development program.
Okay.
Seeing Representative Collmore.
Thank you. Can we just scroll up on the right side of the screen so I can see which ones we're looking at?
Excellent. Yeah.
Yes.
Good advice. Thank you.
Yeah, let me put things a little bit back. It's Representative Collmore, is that good?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
So we just did, okay, so 138 through 143, no comments or suggestions for AFA. So then we'll go down 144 through about the main workforce opportunity marketing fund, which is 146. Any comments that we wish to add?
Yes, Senator.
Yep, Representative Bailey.
Let me try to turn my camera on here. Okay, technology is working right this second. Yeah, I just wanted to, the main Economic Growth Council budget of $55,000, and I raised this during the public hearing or the earlier discussion on this, and I felt like that was inadequate. It's not. I know that's historically the last few years been the funding level, but it previously received more funding, and I guess I'm disappointed that we're not investing more in that entity and what it's capable of doing, and what I think it's probably its proper ongoing role should be, no matter who's in the governor's office or party control of the legislature. I just wanted to raise that. I'm not sure if I want to offer an amendment or propose any suggestion to AFA, but I guess I would like to see that amount increased.
Okay, do you want to, so we can you can certainly put that in there and we can see who wants to jump onto that recommendation as well. Did you want to have a specific amount increase comment, or do you want to leave it open like that and give that recommendation to AFA?
I think I would like to see it at least at $100,000, which is where it was before it got dropped back down to 55,000. The goal was to try to move towards $250,000, I believe, is what the Yellow Green told us. So I'd love to get that up to at least $100,000 for the every year for the biennium.
So
I'd like to say I support that.
So Representative Bailey has proposed a comment for to take it up to at least $100,000. I want to make sure we got the language right for Ms. Olson to communicate in her letter. Let's do a raise of hands, and Ms. Olson will make sure this is good. Those on the number of senators who would like to support that.
I'm sorry, can I just, before we move to the voting, I just want to make sure we're all clear, including myself. So Representative Bailey, this portion that I've pulled up of the budget here, Maine Economic Growth Council 0727, this is the portion you're referring to?
Yes, that's correct.
And then your recommendation is to bring the funding for the biennium to $100,000 for each year?
That is correct. So yes.
So 200,000 total, 100,000 each year. And is your desire to see that as a one-time or as an ongoing?
Ongoing in the future budgets. I'd like to see us continue to increase that fund and do more work in economic development through that entity. That's what it was established for.
And I see a number of hands raised, so we won't be going right to the vote. I missed the place where we have discussion. So I will go to Representative Hassenfuss.
First, just one quick question, Mr. Olson, is which page is that on in our template budget there?
So at this portion of the day, we're looking at sections of the budget that were not initiatives. So it's not on the report back template. Instead, you want to open the biennium budget. It's part A from the page. Hold on, I think I have that. So if you're on the biennial budget page, you'd open general fund biennial budget part A. And that's the entire part A of the biennial budget. So it's over 400
Page 144.
And then you can still use the report back template to find the section. So it's page 144. And if you open your PDF viewer, you usually can select pages in some way, depending on what platform or software you're using, but to help you navigate to it.
And then just another general kind of comment for the group is, I think especially in this year where there's been a lot of businesses that have really been struggling, I feel like we should do something, for that, and it should be something that's important to this committee, and to make sure that we provide an appropriate amount of funds to the programs that can best address some of the struggling businesses. Like, for instance, maybe increasing the tourism marketing to try to get more tourists here next year or the year after, or some opportunities for small businesses, things of that nature. I'm not sure exactly where in the budget that would be best placed, and I'm not sure if this committee actually would even be doing the allocations. I just think we should get together and recommend to the AFA that any funds available to help the businesses that have been really hurt by this pandemic should be put out. So I'm open, and Representative Bailey, I really like your proposal there with the Economic Growth Council. I think that's a great way to do that. If anybody else has other ideas, I think it'd be helpful to discuss them as part of the process to see what this committee can do to help out all of those businesses that have been hurt by this pandemic. So thanks.
Thank you, Representative Hassenfuss. Senator Searway.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just wondering if we could hear from Commissioner Head on her thoughts on this, taking that money and doubling it for that one piece. I don't know how it's going to be handled, that money. That's the question. And I just didn't know if she could have some insight or input.
I don't think Commissioner Head, because this is under Commissioner Johnson.
Oh, okay.
I think it would be most directly Maine Development Foundation, Yellow Light Green, and Julie Bean, who are our quasi governmental entity, or the commissioner. Would you like to hear from the deputy commissioner or from the director of Maine Development Foundation?
Yeah, either one of those be fine. I'm just trying to find just some input on this. I just want to throw money out there, and then they say, well, we really don't need it in this category. We need it somewhere else.
Sure. Let's invite Mr. Breen in. And I'm also looking, do we have anyone left from DECD?
I can call them if you'd like to get them back.
Well,
on.
we might get an answer right here with
okay. If you want them, just let me know.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Breen.
I haven't coordinated with Representative Bailey on this, so while the increase to 100,000 is, somewhat of an arbitrary round number, I can say for context a couple of things. One is that the last few years we spent at least 85,000 per year on the Growth Council, i.e. we've subsidized it from other funding sources, including some of our block grant funding and some of our private sector donations. So to some degree, it brings it up to roughly a level that reflects the true scale of what we've been undertaking. And the added cost in part was due to, instead of taking a really minimalistic approach, we worked really hard in 2019 to be a constant presence in the 10-year economic development strategy planning process with the commissioner and Bruce Wagner and that task force, so that the data and the Growth Council's work was really embedded in that 10-year strategy. And then in 2020, we spent a lot of extra effort to make the measures of growth themselves really reflect the 10-year strategy, including adding an early childhood indicator, because there was a lot of focus on childcare even before the pandemic. And then with the Floyd situation, adding the racial equity metric to try to shed light on what's going on in racial disparities in the economy. And we tweaked a lot of other metrics. So we've really looked at it as a loss leader and have been spending about 85 to 90,000 per year working with the Growth Council. So to some degree, bringing it up to close to 100 reflects the effort we're already putting in. I'm not saying we won't keep trying our best, to get the work done, but you can't always find extra money, within a small organization like ours. So that would be part of my answer. Is it enables us to really lean in as a partner to what's going on in the state in terms of economic strategy at the true level of cost that's involved. Probably at 100,000 is a little north of that. I think we've always had questions about, if we had more resource, could we go a lot deeper? I'll give you an example. We have one research and development metric in all of measures of growth, which is just super bottom line. What's the total spending on R&D in Maine? How does it compare nationally? But in terms of actually articulating all the subcomponents of that and giving you, the legislature, and others a perspective on what would be a viable multi-year strategy to change that reality and to bring it up to national peer comparisons, we don't go that deep. And you could make that same case with each and every one of the indicators, that we could work with the council members and the legislature to go a lot deeper on a given issue area if we had the resources to both gather data and to put it together. So I think there's almost limitless possibilities, frankly, but with some modest extra resources, the council could definitely continue to be a robust partner, even without the precariousness of subsidizing it like we do now, and could go deeper on some issues that we could work with you to identify what those issues would be.
Just to follow up.
Please, Senator Searway.
So if we made it for 85, which you've definitely been using, and then you could still reach out if you needed to get extra subsidies, would that be sufficient for now? Or do you think we should go to 100 now and you'd still utilize it?
I'm a realist, and I know that it's a tight state budget despite what's happening in Washington. So, I'd love to be able to support the council in doing a good job, and that has cost us about 85 to 90,000 in recent years. By the way, I should say one aspiration that we have is to really improve the digital accessibility of measures of growth, move beyond the PDF, if you will, to really interactive stuff that the user can drill down into and get deep into the metrics. Right now, we really just slap the report on a website and call it a day. So I think there's a lot we could do with both the substance and the user accessibility and experience of using the data. So I think 85 would be a tremendous start. 100 would probably give us the ability to do one or two extra things each year to go deeper than we do this year. So either one would be tremendous.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Breen. I'm wondering, in terms of process, one thing I'm aware of is when we are in unanimous, we have great our strongest message. Is there a number? Is 85 something that we can get to unanimous, and knowing that some people are beyond that? is that a possibility is what I'm wondering out loud. And
Well,
I guess I'll ask around is where is the group? Yeah, Senator Searway.
I just think that, he said that they're at 50 right now and they were raising 35,000 beyond that. If we went to 85, that gives them a really comfortable place to be, and they still can raise another 35,000 or 40,000 and probably be even better off. So I think that, being responsible is important during this critical time. And I just don't want to throw money out there if we, for them to think that, well, we're just making figures and throwing them out there. I don't want to do that. And so that's why I felt it'd be good to ask of what they do use and what they think. And it just sounds to me, 85 he felt comfortable with, and that they could raise more. So I think that would be a good solid place to be.
I'm going to check Representative Bailey. Are you what's your thought on this in terms of
satisfied after hearing Mr. Breen?
So you're okay with moving to 85?
Yeah, but if there's consensus there.
If we can get to a stronger message of unanimous or close to. Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would think that would be a good amount to gamble on, to have the approach look at. It's met with Mr. Breen's consideration and saying that would be a good in-between figure. So I think that's worth a try. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
If we can get the support from our committee.
Right, they are recommendations as we see, but we saw from the last budget round those sometimes had authority. So yeah. So Representative Cullimore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Breen, I'm just curious. I don't know if you guys have these numbers because you've been funded so lowly to run these kind of reports, but I'm curious, this investment amount, while I fully support providing more money to go toward our economic growth, especially after we've hit such a slump after this pandemic, and I would be on board with 100,000, so 85 is fine too. But I'm curious, your work, how much revenue might that bring to the state that we can use that as an argument in favor of increasing your funds?
I understand that sentiment. I'd be cautious just because we are kind of really at a 50,000 foot level compared to the on the ground business attraction efforts, where I think you could make that much tighter argument about landing specific capital investment or firm expansions the way that DECD or Main and Company directly works on. So I think I'd be very leery of that, just because we're really trying to guide the broader multi-year strategy that is the landscape that all of those really important agencies do their work against. So by way of example, I think with heightened resource at either level, one of my aspirations would be to help the implementation of the 10-year economic development strategy track their progress even tighter than they otherwise would be able to do. But again, that's really up here versus the individual companies that the Office of Business Development and its regional counterparts are working on. So I'd just be leery of, trying too hard to make that direct connection, but I appreciate the sentiment for sure of the ROI.
Not a problem. I just figured any argument we can provide in favor would be helpful.
So it sounds like we're at a place to vote, and I think we can do this by hand. So the sentiment is to convey to AFA that we would like to see this moved up to 85,000 from the proposed 55,000. All those in favor of that sentiment, please raise your hand and bring it close to the screen if you have a backdrop. So, and we got into unanimous there, I think. Yep. Senator Representative Austin, I think you're raising your hand. Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. I think that was unanimous of all those present. So great. And that took us through, I think, was that 146 is what we went through. So now we'll finish off the 147 to 148, Innovation Office of Tourism, Renewable Energy, and we'll move on to the FAME related ones. Okay, so does anyone have an item related to FAME? And we'll just kind of, that they wanted to address in terms of a comment? Representative Collmore.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if we received the information and it just got buried in my email, but I had sent Ms. Olson a email requesting some clarifications on the, what was the line item? Ms. Olson, could you scroll down a little bit? For me, please, on the
on the table of contents.
Yes, thank you.
I think you're referring to the A208.
Yes, that's the one I was referring to with the provisions for loan payback. How long do they have to pay the money back? Is there interest charged? What happens if the loan defaults? And then the potential queue of people waiting in the program. Do we have 200 to 400 people ready and waiting to use this benefit?
Yes, I'm not muted. I did send that information. It came from Bill Norbert at FAME, although he's also here as an attendee and could speak to that. If you'd like to bring him in and hold, I'm sorry, I'm also pulling up my notes.
Ms. Breton, if you could bring in Bill Norbert.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Norbert.
Thank you very much.
We had a question. We're on.
Yes, I've heard it.
A208, and
Yes, sir.
Ms. Olson, you're working up your notes. Representative Collmore, did you want to ask directly your question to Mr. Norbert?
I did hear your questions. If you like, I can just take a
Go
shot
ahead.
at it.
Go for it.
Yes, an individual participating in this program has 18 months to pay back the loan. Keep in mind, these are only a maximum of $700 loans, so they're quite modest. There is no interest charged on these loans. That was a big part of the bill when it was passed. That was very important to stakeholders. A first payment is due 60 days after the borrower has obtained a work permit, or 30 days after they have actually obtained employment. And I think your other question was what happens if they default? Well, we will, as we do with our other loans, try to collect. Keep in mind, these are uncollateralized, very small consumer loans. So it could be somewhat difficult, but we certainly will make the effort. You asked about a queue. It's really hard to take an estimate about how many might be waiting for these funds. Informal talks with stakeholders who would counsel folks to apply indicate that the first batch when it comes in might be 30 to 50 folks. We're not talking 200 folks probably.
And
so the reason that I bring this up, if I could clarify, Senator Curry,
please do.
Is where you do have the funding already in there that has been unspent because of your situation dealing with the federal regulations, of course, which we have no control over. I wonder if we need to, for this biennial, budget that full amount right now, or if we can carry stuff over with partial funding to keep it as a line item in our budget going forward. Just because of the crunch that we're under, and there's other programs that we, of course, know we really need to throw money into that isn't necessarily available in the funds.
Mr. Norbert.
Yes, sir.
So the question around carryover, does the please address Representative Collmore's question.
Yeah. So I would predict that the 150,000 we have on the books now would be enough to, stead us through the next couple of years. I would hate to see that money go away. We have a lot of unfunded programs on the books at FAME. So, if you could find a way to continue funding it in the future, but our preference is we've testified in favor of the governor's flat funding as proposed. We do realize there hasn't been any claim on these funds yet, but 75,000 is a rather, in the scope of it, modest amount. So that is your choice, your prerogative.
Mr. Norbert, is there any risk of this getting swept up? What you're holding, or is it safely?
There's always a risk.
There's always a risk.
Yeah, the legislature can do whatever it wants, really. But that hasn't been the plan. We are in a tough budget times, but yet the governor has, and we're very grateful, proposed flat funding for these programs. So our hope would be that no, there wouldn't be any sweep barring something unexpected.
Okay. Representative Collmore, what kind of comment were you thinking of, or where have you gotten to on this?
Well, I definitely agree with Mr. Norbert. I don't want to see this line item go away. Knowing that this is supported by the governor's office and also by those of us who are trying to get more people in and working in Maine, I think that it's an important program, and I agree that there are too many programs that are proposed and accepted but are unfunded, and would hate to see this become one of them. My big concern is that there are some programs specifically in FAME that I'd like to see. I know that this is a modest amount, but it's more money that could go into the Maine small grant program that we are allowing to have increased amounts. And so it can benefit citizens in a different way under FAME, but still keep the line item like at, let's say, $25,000 a year. And then you've got $50,000 a year that could go toward the Maine grant funds. Those are the kind of thoughts that I was thinking, is not taking the money away from FAME, because that's not my point, but reallocate it for the next biennium, given how tight we are on budgets.
Any other comments?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Norbert, go ahead.
No, I really don't have any further to say. I mean, that is something you could do. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also just trying to get a feel for how the committee feels as well. It's not just me.
Anyone else want to chime in on where they are on that?
Well, I just want to say, Senator Curry, that and if it's all right to speak.
No, please do, Senator Seaver.
I just wanted to say that it is going to be tough times. I heard the federal government's thinking about raising taxes, and I know that we're going to have some issues here because of the low revenue that's coming in. And so I think that's why they're trying to keep it flat right now for the budget. And we don't know how it's going to be affected. And I know there's going to be federal money coming, and that will give us a little bit of cushion for the next year or two, but that doesn't take care of the problem if we don't have the businesses back. So anyway, I don't want to start just throwing money out there and saying, well, we really need this and that, when we don't hear that from our people that are running it. And especially right now, I don't want them to lose what they've got. So I kind of am trying to stay away from adding too much.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm at.
Okay. Thank you. Representative Geiger. Oh, wait a minute. Not Representative Geiger.
I did have my hand up. I'm just not sure. I was unclear if Representative Collmore was asking to bring additional funds in, or to change those funds from where they are now to be used for other programs.
Representative Collmore, did you want to respond to that?
Yes, it was really just looking at a program that unfortunately, due to federal regulations, has not been able to start yet. And they already have $150,000 from the past 2 years of funding. And because it's a loan program, hopefully most of the loans will get paid back and there isn't a lot of defaulting. So the money will be replenished as those loans are paid back every 18 months. And so it was more looking at not giving the program more funds, not necessarily trying to take away money from FAME's umbrella, but more could we reallocate some of the funds to places that may need more attention in these next 2 years that may have lost funding under the current recommendations, and then come back and refund it at the flat $75,000 a year after we've come back out of this. And I'm not stuck on that. If it's the committee's will to pass this as the flat funded rate that we've been given by the governor's office, I'm perfectly fine and able to support that. I just, because it is an important program.
Thank you. Representative Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have to concur with Representative Calmore. I think that's good thinking right now. If we can keep this at the bare minimum to keep that line item held, but to take and put some of that towards some of the more significant things that we know are working right now. They've been up and rolling. It just might give a little more oomph to those accounts, because we have got a couple of tough years coming towards us. So I think that's good thinking.
So Representative Collmore, did you want to put out a number that you think would reflect what you'd like to put in that line? And I don't think you have to connect. I would well, for what it is, I don't know if you have to connect it with where else it goes, because I will tell you in a moment, I'm going to recommend an increase on the student financial assistance program. So we'll have an opportunity about where we want it, if you wanted it to grow someplace, where
I think what I would, yeah, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I think what I would like to propose is to bring that down to, depending on the will of the committee, either $25,000 or $50,000 per year, and then, but keeping those funds under FAME. We can determine which line item they go to later, but I don't want to remove the funds from FAME because their work is so incredibly important to our state.
So if we said so the 25,000 to 50,000, we'll see where there's an agreement on that, and a comment to keep these funds with FAME, along with a comment to keep these funds with FAME, is what you're proposing. Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Chair Curry. I just had a question for Mr. Norbert, if he's still available.
I am.
Yes, go ahead.
If this money were to, let's say in this current budget, the 75,000 allocated to this were to be taken away, how would that affect the program implementation moving forward?
Minimally, I must say. Again, we have 150,000 on the books now. These are for $700 loans. So you figure with every $75,000 we have, that's 100 loans basically. So we have 200 loans worth of funds. And if you continue to give us a smaller amount, that would still give us over 200 plus loans. We can monitor it and, report back to you in a couple of years and see how it's going. So, I don't fear that it will thwart the program's intent or our ability to serve all who apply in the next year or two.
And would you anticipate that if you had the funding as soon as this program gets off and running, let's say you were funded 75,000 this year as the budget, would you then give out, say, 300 loans initially in the first year? And then
no, I'm sure we wouldn't. That would be very unexpected.
Are we in a place for Representative Ducharme?
We just, if there's 150 already there, we add 25 to it, it's 175. That gets us to 250 potential loans that we could give out of this fund. And Mr. Norbert, you said that you didn't have a queue, a line of people waiting for this. So it would seem to me that by putting 25,000 into this line, moving the other 50 to another more used line or more impactful line would make sense.
I don't know if that's a question Mr. Norbert wants to answer. That sounds like the policy question.
I will say, we do think there are folks waiting to apply. We don't think there are 200. And we don't know when they're going to apply, but we think it's going to be in a few months. And again, just based on casual, informal talks, that population could be 30 to 50 folks off the bat. So again, it's hard to predict when people are holding back, but yes, I think you could, if you choose, you could do what you're thinking about doing, and it won't seriously affect the program.
Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator Curry. This is a question for Mr. Norbert or any of the older members who have served more than 20 minutes in the legislature like I have. I guess my question is, this makes sense to me. It seems like the right thing to do. We don't control what the Appropriations Committee does. And so I guess I'm wondering if we change your line, this line to 25,000, how likely is it that it will be honored that the FAME doesn't lose 50,000? That goes where people just say, oh, great, we have another 50,000 to put somewhere else. Is there some way this is likely to stay with FAME? That's, I guess, my question.
Well,
Mr. Norbert, you want to start there?
I would be reluctant to answer that. Who knows what appropriations will do? Certainly, they are curious, and I think about the committee's recommendation, but there are no I couldn't begin to promise what they'll do.
Representative Austin. Representative Austin, would you like to address that?
Well, as Mr. Norbert has said, they can do just about anything they want. And in particular, we have to keep in mind that there is no, notwithstanding language, they could sweep just about anything they felt they saw fit to. So I think in the past, we've been able to place a narrative with the work that we do to adjust, and then it would behoove us to be aware and make sure that the folks on approps understand the value of our thinking and really support it. I mean, that's kind of how that whole thing works in the last hours in the halls of the Capitol. So I think it's they may actually be quite impressed that we actually were taking back on something and placing a higher priority just due to the current situation in our economic climate for the next 2 years. So there's many ways of looking at it, but just remember, they really can do just about anything they want, whether we go up or down or whatever. Thank you.
So one possibility to add to this statement is to, one, not sweep what is in reserve at FAME, that this recommendation is based on them continuing to have what they have in reserve, and that those savings be adjusted into other programs into FAME, into our other recommendations within FAME. Would that be okay, Representative Callamore?
Absolutely. That is my intention, to keep the money with FAME.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Are we ready for a show of hands in support of Representative Callamore's comment? And Ms. Olson, were you voting?
No. I'm not sure I could handle having to run for office. I am, before we vote, I'm not sure I was clear on what number the committee had settled on. And I also, as Representative Austin just stated to the committee, in the report back, that is a place for narrative, as Representative Austin said. So I'm diligently listening and taking notes. And it feels like this is an important initiative that, if the committee votes, would like to have that narrative. And so I just wanted to quickly review what I had written down, although I can wait until after the vote, or
It seems
after we
that
clarify.
it'd be better to be clear before the vote.
I guess to my first question, two numbers, 25,000 and 50,000, have been suggested. So before we vote, to be clear on which number the committee would like to move forward with on that vote.
Representative Cullimore?
I guess I would put it to the committee to whatever would gain the unanimous support of the committee. I think that either number, though I would prefer to be able to move 2 rounds of 50,000 to another program. So to suggest this to be 25, I don't want that to be the reason there isn't unanimous support.
Let's just do a straw. Is there a support for 25,000, and then we'll work up the language after this? Can we do a hand? Okay. It looks like we have support around 25,000. Let's now talk around about the language.
Okay. So let me just say what I've heard so far. There is a sentiment among the committee that this program is valued, but it currently has funds that have not been used due to circumstances out of the state's control. And those current available funds believed to be able to meet the needs of the individuals within the program, or to meet the program needs. And therefore, the committee, given the economic situation that the state is facing, would like to use those funds to reappropriate those funds to support existing programs within FAME that are currently being utilized. So something like that. I will take additional notes or suggestions, of course.
I'm not seeing any opposition. Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Chair Curry. Yeah, Rachel, I think that was very well done. And I think just emphasize that we want to make sure that once this program gets up and running, that the funds that it currently has don't get depleted down to nothing, so that it's going to be bumped back up to 75,000 as soon as there's the need for that funding. And then the question to the committee I had is, I know the Doctors for Maine Futures is something that we all felt pretty positive about. But there was nothing in the budget for that.
Can we hold on that? Because this is keeping us on the foreign credit tax, but we will be coming to, there'll be another opportunity. That was just the first one that dealt with FAME that we wanted to adjust. We'll come back to, I think that's going to be under student financial assistance programs. So, or possibly a different one. So, are we ready for a vote on the foreign credential skills recognition? All those in favor of the 25,000 with the language that Ms. Olson just stated, if you could raise your hand. Sounds like we have unanimous agreement there. Okay, of those present. Excellent. Excellent. At this point, so now we're on to other FAME line items, and I will suggest, I'm going to go right to where Representative Hassenfuss was going. We actually voted in 3 different bills that were not included in the budget. 10 million on the Maine State Grant Program, 1 million on the nurses, the faculty nurses program. I can't remember the name of the program.
Nurse educators.
Nurse educator loan reimbursement program, and then the $400,000 of the Doctors for Maine's Future. Those are votes that I think have pretty strong or unanimous support, and so I would recommend a comment to add the total of those, spelling out what those three are, to give that comment, to add the 11,400,000, breaking those down. Representative Cullimore.
Thank you. Just to clarify, is that under line A209?
Yes, exactly. I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
So we're on A209. And I really just went from the bills that we've already passed that don't have a budget line with them already. So that was my reasoning. Any comments or questions? Are we in a place that we want to vote on that? Representative Geiger.
Thank you, Senator. I just wanted to support what you're suggesting. That's all. I think it's a great idea.
Okay, and let's do I think we can Representative Hassenfuss.
Thank you, Chair Curry. My only comment on that is I know that there's a large price tag, in the multiple tens of millions for all of those.
Yep.
And I know that the Doctors for Maine Futures budget, I think, was 400,000.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm just wondering if we said, let's move this 50 or 100, whatever we have, into this one, into Doctors for Maine Futures, for instance, it's not going to be as large of a jump to then fill that gap. Whereas if we just say, let's move it over into any one of these programs, AFA would still throw their hands up and say, well, there's so much money we got to come up with from elsewhere. So it's more of a strategy thing. I don't know if there's any, if there'd be any merit to trying to do something like that or not.
Representative Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to Representative Hassenfuss and to echo what Representative Austin said earlier, they're going to do what they want. This is our way of making a statement of saying these are our priorities, things that are important to us that we feel should be included in the budget. What they take that we allocated out of the 50, what they put towards it. I mean, we can make a suggestion, but what we're really doing with our comments is stating what our committee priorities are based on the bills we're hearing, the agencies we're hearing from, everything like that. So we don't want to get too far into the weeds with it, because it's not something that they're going to be like, oh, well, they said that, this is what we're doing, if that makes sense.
And I would also say so much ground has changed since the governor submitted this budget, in terms of the passage of a supplemental, the passage of the American Recovery Act. I think it is just a value statement on, and we will be coming back on this on the again, is my guess. So, but I even asked the question, do you want our feedback now, given that things might be changing? And they said, yes, we still want your feedback before the 17th. I'm like, okay, we'll do it. Representative Ducharme.
Since we increased the amount across the board in the main grant fund, which is also administered by FAME, why couldn't we just say, put that $50,000 into the main grant fund to support the increased monies that we want them to put out? That would make sense.
I think that's fine. I think that's fine. I think that dollar amount being so small against the amount that we're recommending, I think it'll just get ignored. That's my sense of it. Representative Collmore.
I second that, but I'd like to clarify what Representative Hassenfuss is asking for, because maybe I have a misunderstanding. I thought we already approved a $400,000 budget for the doctor's program. Was that not funded that way, or?
That was a bill that was not included in the governor's budget. So it's an LD, but it doesn't have any funding. That's the problem with the three LDs that I referenced: the nursing educators program, the Maine State grant program to increase that to the minimum amount of 2,500, and the Doctors for Maine's Futures is just not included in the budget. And so that's trying to convey that message that, hey, we've already said we want this, so can we say it in the budget as well?
So right now, currently, what is the doctor's program funded for?
Ms. Olson or Ms. Tremblay?
I also think that Mr. Norbert could answer that. I believe it came up during the work session, and I hesitate to misspeak on this. So
sure. $400,000 is what we use from our general student financial aid appropriation to sustain that program.
Are we at a place to vote? Go ahead, Representative Collmore.
I'm sorry, I was just, how much of that program was put into the budget, or were $0 for that program put into the budget currently?
I think it's fair to say $400,000 was put in, not, and again, that's part of our overall, we have agreed from the beginning of the program to take 400,000 of our overall student financial aid and put it into that. There was no new money put in, if that's your question. Yeah, Representative.
Okay. All right. So it's already built into your budget because you
Yes.
pulled it out as part of your agreement.
Yes.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to clear. I thought I remembered hearing that the money was there. I just didn't understand where it went to. I appreciate your answer.
Ms. Olson, you're trying to jump in there?
Oh, yes. I know some people have looked into this, so I just want to direct everyone's attention. And I mentioned it when we were working the bill for the Doctors for Maine's Future. It came up in testimony. There had been a previous allocation of funding to the Doctors for Maine's Future Scholarship Program Fund of $800,000. That's not being continued in this biennium because it was a one-time allocation, and you can find that on page 206 of Part A of the biennial budget, which is another place we could consider sending those funds as a recommendation as well, rather than lumping them.
Are we in a place to vote or to recommend on the statement? Looks like we are.
Can I get clarification just on the breakdown of the numbers?
I had recommended it was 10 million for the Maine State grant program to do the minimum allocation of 2,500, 1 million for the nursing education program, and 400,000 for the Doctors for Maine's Future.
And those would be split out over the biennium?
I believe that's what they needed. Is that correct?
That's
Excuse
if I may.
Yeah, Mr. Norbert.
Annually, I think to reach your goal, that's an annual amount. For instance, the Maine State grant, we spend now at 15 or 16 million. And to get it to 2,500, that requires 10 million more annually. And Doctors for Maine's Future, likewise, it's at 400,000 now. But if we want to not cut the program in half, that would require 800,000 total annually, ongoing.
Okay. I would recommend that.
Okay, so those would be annual numbers. So 10 million
Oh.
annually.
Right, 10 million
1
annually,
million.
then the 400,000 annually, and then the 1 million flat one-time funding.
And is that 1 million flat one-time funding, 1 million in each of the years of the biennium, or 500,000 in each year? I can, I may actually have that LD right next to me if you'd like me to pull it up,
Yeah, I don't recall what it needed.
unless.
My recollection was that the stakeholders were recommending 1 million in one-time money. They didn't break it up into 500 one year, 500 the other, but either way would work. I'm sure we could.
Yeah,
it work
as a loan reimbursement, because they really got to that number based on the number of faculty they needed. So
right,
not how much they need per year.
I think they had a desire to. They thought they had a lot of folks ready to use it. Because of retirements. And so if they could get that money out the door sort of immediately, it could last. There wouldn't be a call for the money for a few more years, but.
And obviously, and I could put this in the statement, whatever can be shifted into American Recovery Act funds, I'd be thrilled to, so nursing education, if that can be shifted there, great. But fine with that. I just want to state that these are things that we have passed.
Okay, so include the language that these are bills we've already passed that we desire to see funded.
We in a place that we're ready to vote? All right, this is a hand vote because it's just a recommendation. We're not on an LD. So those in favor of those comments, go ahead and raise your hand. Excellent. All right, how many get a count?
I think so. I'm not sure if Representative Austin is.
I don't think we're ever.
I know, I'm sorry. It feels a little awkward.
I cannot get my hand into that square no matter what. Maybe if I stand on my head, it will work.
I have to put it in front of your face. I don't know. I don't understand.
Okay, so that actually does work, Representative Austin. So my understanding was that was unanimous of all members present.
Okay.
Okay, someone will let me know if I was incorrect on that. Sorry, you do. You really have to get it like right close.
Excellent. Was there anything else on the FAME items that we wanted to make a comment on? No? Okay. Was there anything on DPFR that we wanted to make a comment on? Representative Roberts. Thank you, Mr. Norbert.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am not sure if this is going to fall under A420 or 427. But given the feedback that we've received from Commissioner Head on a couple different pieces of legislation in regards to difficulty around sunrise reviews and not having the resources for them, with Ms. Olson's help in communications with the commissioner, what I would like to make as a suggestion is a $20,000 general fund allocation that is reoccurring for the department to be able to contract out or whatever they need for resources for these reviews, which really seem to be a strain on the department.
So on,
I'm just
so you're
not sure
thinking it's on
whether,
A420?
I don't know if it would fall under A420 or 427. I don't know if Ms. Olson or if Commissioner Head is still here would know.
Commissioner Head is here, or at least on the attendee list. Welcome, Commissioner Head. Welcome back.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
So did you hear the question?
I did. Yes, I did. It would be in this budget, in your budget, under Administrative Services Division. The funding for the Commissioner's Office, which is where this funding stream should be located, that is part of ASD.
Oh, so it's not A420.
That's
I don't know.
Is that Administrative Services Commissioner? Division. Yeah, ASD Center is just Administrative Services Division. So
Gotcha.
it's still A420 on our index.
Thank you. Excellent. Any other comments? So I am a question for Commissioner Head. I'm just going to ask in terms of summarize reviews. Obviously, it takes a high level of expertise, and they'll be contracting out. If so, I'm going to assume, $20,000 gets you most of the way through one, depending on the complexity.
Right, because the one in question is huge. We thought that was an appropriate amount. My guess is there will be many other requests for the same kind of analysis in the future. Mm-hmm. So in order to fund those, that's why we put that language together so it would be ongoing.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you very much. Any other comments? We ready for a vote? So the proposal is on Administrative Services A420 to add $20,000 to that for the contracting for summarize reviews that to deal with the challenges in staffing in that office. So, and all those in favor, go ahead and raise your hand. It's like, let's get a count in there. Okay, and so
two not voting in favor.
Okay, two not, and so was that two? All right, so did you get the number 4? Rachel?
I'm sorry.
You got the number that were for it?
Yes, -2 of members present.
Great, thank you. So, excellent. And is there, again, that's the communication we'll give to them, and we'll put the number with that. And is there anyone, any other items in DPFR? I think we've gotten through it. I think we've gotten through the budget. So seeing that we've gone through every line item and every initiative, we'll close this work session on LD 221 and charge Ms. Olson with writing a letter and conveying that right away because it's due tomorrow. Thank you. To AFA and convey the sentiments and policy priorities of this committee. At this point, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. I saw Representative Austin move to adjourn and Representative Collmore seconded, and all those in favor. We are adjourned. Have a great evening. Hope you can enjoy the sun.
Thank you, everybody, for today.
Thank you. Ms. Breton, just a request if you can send an email to any of the members that were not present, because they need to respond on this today, correct? They would need to vote in, or is it?
Actually, the budget is just of those members present.
Budget's just of those present.
Yeah,
All right,
and
thank
I
you
already
very-
sent Senator Lucchini one on your bill.
Great, thank you very much.
And just as a quick note, since I have the chairs, you could make sure to check your email tomorrow frequently, probably afternoon, so that you can review and give me the permission to sign electronically for you, just
Great.
to be aware that it's due by 5. So
Thank you very much.
okay, thanks.